Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Samantha with Kyron Horman Case Revisited. I've got my sidekick, my partner, my good friend Kaylia with us.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a great evening. Thanks for joining us.
Well, we're going to be putting in an all-nighter tonight. This is going to be a good show. We're putting on a good one for you. Tonight's live is about Stacey Wondra. He is a suspect in Michael Monkey Vaughan abduction. Michael was abducted on July 27th, 2021 from Fruitland, Idaho. And yeah, he is a suspect in the case. The name of tonight's show is Stacey Wondra Talks. It's a Q&A recap, and things aren't adding up, Stacey, just to let you know. Yeah. He has been talking to the news in Fruitland, Idaho. He has been talking with creators on YouTube channels. And the people, the suspects in the Michael Vaughan case, they just love to talk. They love to talk. It's crazy. I am so glad to see people here. Welcome. We're excited. All of the videos and stuff that I'm going to be showing tonight. Some are going to be blurry, some are going to be a little sketchy looking, and it's because they're clips. They are clips and they're all thrown together to create timelines and to talk about certain things, certain subjects in the Michael Vaughan case, using Stacey Wondra and all of his questions and answers that have been done over the last couple of weeks. Yeah.
I mean, it was a lot. He went on, I think, probably 4 to 5 different videos. So yeah, this took a lot of time and energy to compile, and we're excited to go over it with you because it definitely is interesting. And like Samantha said, when suspects do like to talk, even if it's untruthful or we think it's untruthful, it's still important to hear, because lies matter as well. So yeah, I think you guys will find it as interesting as us.
Yeah, and I mean, all of these interviews that he's done have added up to close to like 12 hours worth of interviews.
Wow.
So going through it all was a very long task. I spent close to 35 hours putting everything together.
Thank you so much. Can't wait to see what you got here because yeah, I mean, I watched the interviews. I watched them myself, but yeah, definitely can't wait to see what you got for us here, Samantha. Thank you for putting all that time into
Thank
it.
you. Thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that it's going to look a little choppy sometimes. It's going to be blurry. Um, I started to do clips using even the creators' faces, but you couldn't really see Stacey Wondra's face. And when somebody's talking, when you see them talking, you can, get a good idea about, facial expressions and everything else. So that's why I wanted to zoom in on his face during a lot of these clips. And while we're talking about the other creators, we need to give a little round of applause, big round of applause for these creators for having Stacey Wondra on their show, for asking him questions, for getting this information out there in the Michael Vaughan case,
Yep.
Crime Lines and Lies, True Crime with Eve, and Dolly Vision. Those are the 3 that we know about. We didn't know about Dolly Vision until last night at the spur of the moment. So who knows who else he's talked to. He also talked to News Channel 7, and we've got a clip from that too. But yeah, we're super excited. We really appreciate everybody for putting in their hard work, for asking him questions. A lot of you guys got him to answer some hard questions, and then and you got him to really open up and talk a lot about it. So it's going to be really
Yeah.
interesting for everybody to, see how this all goes together. I think I did a pretty good job throwing a whole day timeline together. So, welcome again, everyone, for being here. We always appreciate everyone. Hit the like button. It's free. Sign up, for notifications so that when we do any spur of the moment, we're famous for that, spur of the moment lives, you get a notification. Subscribe. We're trying to grow our page to advocate for these children. We advocate for Michael Vaughan, and we're advocating for Kyron Horman. That's why our name is Kyron Horman Case Revisited. You can find Michael Vaughan Case Revisited on Facebook. He's on all platforms. So, yeah, let's jump into this because we've got a lot of information. So I'm not going to lie, some of these videos are long. We've got at least 3 or 4 of them that are a little bit long. But the information that's in them, if you're interested in this case, your mouth is going to drop. This information is definitely going to be good. I want to start with a video. The detective on the case, Huff, speaks in this news conference, and it tells you a little bit about the case.
During the course of this investigation to date, we received credible information that the remains of Michael Vaughan could be found in the backyard at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland. As a result, the Fruitland Police Department obtained a search warrant for the residence along with the front and backyards. That search warrant was served on November 11th. It was a Friday. We served that late in the evening. Upon entry, officers encountered Stacey Wondra, one of the known occupants of the home, and Sarah was subsequently arrested based on probable cause that she had knowledge of Michael's death and failed to report that death to law enforcement. The following day, the Fruitland Police Department, joined by the Idaho State Police, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, the Fruitland Fire Department, and the Fruitland Public Works Department, began a very methodical excavation of the backyard of the Wondras' home. During that excavation process, the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue, Mountain States detection dogs deployed multiple certified human remains detection dogs on the property, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. Ground penetrating radar was also used and deployed, detecting anomalies in the backyard. We completed the excavation of the entire backyard and removed over 250 yards of dirt. Prior to backfilling the yard, the dirt was meticulously sifted for any potential human remains. We did not find Michael's remains. Although the remains of Michael Vaughan were not recovered, we strongly believe, based on evidence, that Michael was abducted and is deceased, and that his remains were buried and later moved from the property. As of today, the whereabouts of his remains are unknown. However, the investigation is active, fluid, and ongoing. Once the excavation was complete, we conducted a thorough search of the Wondras' residence. The search was productive, and additional investigative evidence was recovered and is currently being processed. Evidence suggests that the following individuals who are currently in custody are involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. This is Stacey Wondra, 35 years old. Sarah lives at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Sarah has firsthand knowledge and is involved in Michael's abduction. Stacey Wondra is currently being held at the Payette County Jail for failing to report a death to law enforcement. This is Sarah's husband, Stacey Wondra, 30 years old, a male. Stacey was also living at 1102 Red Wing Street in Fruitland and was living there at the time of Michael's disappearance. We believe that Stacey has firsthand knowledge and is involved in the abduction of Michael Vaughan. Stacey is currently being held in the Washington County Jail on unrelated charges. Now, the next individuals I'm going to introduce you to, let's go at the bottom there. This is Brandon Shirtliff, 30 years old, of Kuna, Idaho. Brandon was living with Sarah and Stacey Wondra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe Brandon has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction. Brandon is currently believed to be in North Dakota. Adrian Lucian, 32-year-old male out of Toledo, Ohio. Adrian was staying with Sarah and Stacey Wondra at 1102 Red Wing Street at the time of Michael's disappearance, and we believe that Adrian has firsthand knowledge of Michael's abduction.
So there are your 4 suspects, and Stacey Wondra's down there on the bottom. He is currently out of jail. He served 17 months, got out a little bit early. So, yeah, he is out. You know, this news report, it really just, you know, touches my heart and makes me sad because, you know, of what they're saying. I mean, Sarah's report of a death that she got arrested for was later dropped. They talk about the dogs, multiple of them, all of them alerting to the presence of human remains. And based on the evidence, Michael was abducted and is deceased. His remains were buried and later removed. And evidence was even recovered from inside the house. It's just horrifying.
It is horrifying. And as we pointed out on our last live about Michael Vaughan, that if you listened closely to the wording of that deputy or sheriff there, he said that Stacey Wondra in particular had firsthand knowledge and was involved in the abduction. And the other people, they said that that he was that they were just, or that they just haven't firsthand knowledge of that. So we know that the police surely think that he's a suspect involved in Michael's disappearance. And yeah,
every time I watch that, I just cringe because, you know, Brandi and them, Brandi being Michael Vaughan's mom, and Tyler, the father, they live around the corner. They could see trucks, you know, going in and out of the neighborhood. You know, she told everybody that she would stay home. She wouldn't go over there. And it's just really disheartening to know that they were just so close and that they were, you know, seeing that. And at any moment could be told, oh my, you know, that they had found him there because they were looking for Michael Vaughan's body in that backyard. And, you know, Stacey Wondra just came out and said that he was the one who gave that tip to law enforcement. He was the one who gave the tip that caused that search. He was the person in the home. We've got clips of that and stuff, but, you know, he's saying it's a false tip.
Yeah, that was shocking to hear.
Very, very shocking to hear. We're just going to move along through the videos. I have another video I wanted to show. This is his first interview that he did with News 7.
I'm here to clear my name.
The people Fruitland Police is now calling a suspect in the abduction of Michael Monkey Vaughan spoke to News 7 Investigates Morgan Romero. Fruitland's police chief told us for the first time, Stacey Wondra is a suspect in the little boy's disappearance. His wife, Sarah, was previously charged with failure to report Michael's death, but that charge was dropped several months later, though she remains a suspect. Now, along with the Wondras, police labeled 2 men who lived with them, Adrian Lucien and Brandon Shirtliff, suspects who absolutely know what happened to Michael. 5 years old at the time, Michael disappeared from his Fruitland home on Southwest 9th Street on July 27, 2021. In November of 2022, we were there as crews searched and excavated the property where those 4 suspects lived, just 2-minute drive from the Vaughn's home. Police said they had credible information from someone living in the Wondras' house that Michael's body was there. Human remains, dogs alerted, but ultimately, Michael wasn't found. Police believe Michael was buried in the yard and then moved. Fruitland police sent probable cause to the Payette County prosecutor last summer to be presented to a grand jury. Police Chief J.D. Huff says a grand jury hasn't convened yet, but they will soon. Although that case centers around the Wondras and their roommates, Stacey tells us he knows nothing about Michael's abduction.
Stacey Wondra, S-T-A-C-E-Y.
It's been 2 months since Stacey Wondra was released from federal custody, convicted of a gun crime unrelated to the disappearance of little Michael Vaughan.
And what have you been doing since?
I've been trying to live my life the best way I can.
Stacey agreed to interview with me to, quote, clear his name.
I have no reason to hide anything from anybody. I'm not that type of person. I'm an open book. You can ask me anything, and I will tell you an honest answer to it.
Were you involved in the disappearance of Michael Vaughan?
No.
Why do police think you were?
I have no idea.
Stacey thinks law enforcement's case may hinge on Adrian Lucien, one of the men living with Stacey and his wife at the time Michael disappeared. One of the men police are calling a suspect.
Any clues or evidence that could point to that, from your knowledge?
No.
Okay.
I would never have thought Sarah or Brendan or Adrian would, maybe Adrian, but I wouldn't have thought Sarah or Brendan would have ever done something like this. I was not even home at the night of the disappearance. I know that at that nighttime, Sarah, Brendan, and I had left to Cuna to go recover his tow's vehicle.
Elaborate on that day a little bit more. You said you were working?
Yeah, so I did a taxi ride from Ontario to Boise. I know that I was gone a good portion of the day from like 1 p.m. in the afternoon to like about 4. Spent some time with a former coworker or boss that I used to work for. I think I spent maybe an hour and a half, and then had come back home, and the neighborhood was
Notice Sarah's demeanor changing?
It was quiet.
Stacey claims he, Brandon, and Sarah left their house and headed to Cuna to tow Brandon's car around 5:30 to 6 p.m. on July 27, 2021. Brandon blew a spark plug and couldn't drive it, he says. Fruitland police believe Monkey went missing between 6:40 and 7 p.m. that night.
When we got back, I think about between 9 and 10 o'clock at night, we noticed there was an excessive amount of people out in the community walking around the neighborhood. We had stopped and asked what was going on, and they said that a boy had been abducted or been taken, and it was news to me. It was news to Sarah, what it seemed like, and Brandon. We got home, Brandon and Sarah decided they were going to go look for the boy, and I was in the process of getting the vehicle detached from the truck because it was taking up the whole length of the street pretty much.
Stacey later clarified to me he wasn't initially told Michael was abducted, just that he was missing. And where was Adrian that day?
Adrian and Brandon and Sarah all took a trip to Boise in the morning before I did my taxi ride. It was Adrian wanted to go see his kid.
He claims Adrian stayed in either Boise or Nampa all night.
Is that what they told you, or do you know that to be true for a fact?
I mean, that's just what I'm going based off of. I mean, I was told the same thing that's, all over. I wasn't with them.
Human cadaver dogs are highly reliable. Why did police tell you that human cadaver dogs pinged on your property at that home?
They didn't really give an explanation. They just said that the dogs had hit around the property. But, I mean, there was nothing. I don't even know how that's even feasible because like I said, I've never even heard of this kid. I've never seen this kid. Never knew anything about him.
Police said that they believe Michael's body was buried there and then moved. Can you think of any time that his body would have been buried there and then moved? Does anything stand out to you?
Not at all. They were saying that he was buried by the shed. Makes absolutely no sense. There's been no dig marks. There's no trench marks. There's nothing. The ground was a complete grassed area.
Could it have happened when you weren't around and it was potentially covered up?
It could have, very possibly. I just know that I wasn't around for any of it. I have no idea. I would like to know what happened to him.
They did say that they recovered several pieces of evidence at your home and on your property. Do you know what those pieces of evidence were?
Well, it's news to me.
The day after our interview,
He was playing with something.
Stacey gave a YouTuber a new piece of information.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to recollect as best as I can for you.
He, Brandon, and Sarah pulled over to put power steering fluid in his car right after they left for Kuna the day Michael was abducted. He says they saw a child playing by himself on the sidewalk down the street around the corner from the Vaughn's home.
The kid that I saw did not depict Michael. I mean, he wasn't like a little kid. You know what I mean? Like he was, that's why I said it didn't concern me at all that he was out and about doing his thing.
Stacey says he doesn't know what's in the probable cause affidavit police sent to prosecutors. The one police say centers around him, Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon.
Do you think police have anything on you or your wife?
I personally know for a fact they don't have anything against me or on me. I have no knowledge. Again, I wasn't even home. I have no knowledge of who this little boy is, his whereabouts, or anything about him.
In his interview with the YouTuber, Stacey said his attorney told him he's no longer a person of interest in Michael's abduction. Chief Huff tells me that's not true. When I called Stacey's attorney to get a straight answer, his attorney told me, quote, "I have no comment at this time," and hung up. I also reached out to Michael's mom, Brandi Neal, to let her know about this interview airing. She was appreciative and said the most important thing in the world is to get Michael home.
Wow.
Right, I know. There's a lot of that news clip. I mean, and that's, a little 5 to 7 minute clip compared to 12 hours that he spoke with YouTube creators. Right. I mean, they're talking about indictments coming soon. Huff saying that Stacey is a suspect along with Sarah, and that Adrian and Brandon also know what happened to Michael.
I have always, since I heard of this case, wondered why did, what's taking so long if they were going to present charges to a grand jury. And he just said it to that reporter, the grand jury hasn't convened yet. And it's just unfortunate that the justice system works slowly. But at least we kind of know where it's at. It's still kind of in that limbo where it will be heard soon.
Yeah. I mean, was it the newscaster or him that said that the grand jury hasn't convened?
I think that she said that that Huff told her that, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah,
I might be
because
wrong, but
he tells one of the creators in one of these clips that the grand jury did convene. That's what else I found was very interesting in this. And
he did, didn't he? I forgot.
Yeah. It mentions that the tip came in November of 2022, which we now know was Stacey Wondra. He's the one who gave the tip, and he's saying was a false tip. And that Michael went missing. The new time that the Fruitland police have now is between 6:40 and 7 p.m. And that newscaster, said that Huff told her that Stacey is a person of interest. But I did find it very interesting that Adrian and Brandon absolutely know what happened to Michael.
Right.
Absolutely know what happened to Michael.
It's just tragic to think that there are 4 adults that could be involved in this that are not doing the right thing here. Like, not even one of them have the heart to do the right thing. Like, we were all, the thing that, regardless of if you can't even empathize as a parent, another version to look at this as is, what if, like, we were all kids once, you know, we all were 5-year-old children once, innocent, pure, and what if that had happened to us? Yes, I just, like, even the worst people that can't even put themselves in another shoes, you would hope at least could think of it in that aspect, but nope, they just keep their mouth shut.
Yeah, they don't say anything. Well, they do say things, but they want to tell it to YouTube creators, tell the news, but they've had to talk to police. We know they've been interrogated and everything else, but they know what happened to Michael, and that's what they need to come forward with and, give some peace to these parents.
Right.
It's just so sad. And especially when you see, Brandi and Tyler talking about it, and then their 2 teenage kids, they go to school and people are talking with them about this and stuff. And, baby sister, that was her play buddy. That was her playmate. This boy's missing and she misses her brother. She talks about him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Such a large family. And I'm actually really glad that they have a big family, because they got a lot of love for everyone and they keep each other going.
Right.
Our prayers go out to you, the family. Absolutely. Moving on, I'm going to go over a map with you guys. I'm going over this map because we're going to be talking about a splash pad. We're going to be talking about an area on 8th and Arizona Street where Stacey says that him, Brandon, and Sarah pulled over to the side of the road to put in power steering. And I just want to make you guys a little bit familiar with this neighborhood. So let's talk about it. That way, when you guys start hearing, roads, streets, and everything else during the clips, you guys will know where you're at in your mind. So here, the gray line, that's Highway 30, that's South Whitney Drive, that runs on the outside of the neighborhood. The red line going from right to left, that's 8th Street. Now, there's only one way in and one way out to this neighborhood, and that's 8th Street. That's the only road. At the end of 8th Street, where the black line is a dirt road, and it winds down and goes down to the Snake River. Where the red dot is here is where the Wondra's house was. And the small rectangular square is in the neighborhood of where Michael lived. So in this one, the red dot up at the top is the Wondra's house. And then down at the bottom on 9th Street, the White House on the very bottom corner of 9th, Southwest 9th Street, is where Michael lived. That's where he walked out of his house while Daddy was calling for pizza for them that night. And he just wandered off and he was abducted. Just waiting for the map thing to catch up here real quick. I really just wanted to give you guys a really good idea in case you don't know the area, because a lot of clips are going to talk about these streets. So the long red line, that's 8th Street. Again, you got the Wanderer's house, the red dot up at the top. They come out at the bottom of their neighborhood. He's got to take a right-hand turn to go down 8th Street, where he ends up at the splash pad that morning when he's leaving to go on his taxi ride. And we'll get into that in a little while. So that's just right around the corner from both of their houses. The Wanderers only lived like a quarter mile away. It was like a 2-minute drive, if that. This red area here is where Stacey says that they pulled over and put power steering fluid in. This is Arizona and Southwest 8th Street. Again, Arizona Street, South Arizona Avenue goes down. And then if you were to take a right, you would be right where Michael's house is. And yeah, that's where they pulled over. So, I mean, it's like literally around the corner from their house. That's where they park to put in power steering fluid.
It's just crazy. Yeah. You know, the interviewer did mention something saying he gave a new piece of information, and it was this, that he parked right there around the corner where Michael wandered off. And every interview he gave more information that is just so damning and so suspicious.
Yeah, and I didn't even know that there was dirt there. And then I did the satellite view and I'm like, oh, there is a dirt patch, because Stacey Wondra says I pulled over onto the dirt patch right at Arizona and 8th Street. And I went, oh, okay. Because I was wondering, like, how did you pull over? Like, it's the road. And yeah, I guess there was like a dirt patch, and that's where that is. Here, we're going to go over a few things. You got the red dot at the left-hand corner. That's the Wandra's house. Again, the red X is where they pulled over to do the power steering fluid. The blue dot is Michael Vaughan's house. And then the green tree over on the right-hand side is Crestview Park. That's where the splash pad is. So this is a full view of the entire neighborhood, just to give everybody an idea. So when you hear Arizona and 8th Street, you know they're literally around the corner from Michael's house. When they're talking, you know, if we talk about the dig and the yard and everything else, we're just a couple minutes away from Michael's house. And yeah, the Whitney Drive, that gray line there, is mentioned on like how they left to go do the tow later the night of July 27th, when Brandon needed to tow his car back. So yeah, I hope that helped everybody, because I know when I first dipped into this case, I was trying to put it all together, like, where is everything at? What are you guys saying? And then when I heard about this child that they see when they pull over to put the power steering fluid in, I was just like, okay, I really need to know where this is.
Right. Yeah, it's all so close. It's just crazy. I've said this before, it's such a small little area. It's every parent's worst nightmare. You'd hope that if your child wandered out the front door, that they would be safe. It just is tragic, you know, and I'm just, again, so many thoughts and prayers, and just, I can't believe it happened in that small little town.
Yeah, and he had wandered off a couple of other times too. I mean, his papa found him down the road one day getting close to the splash pad. Brandy's talked about how much he loved that splash pad. I mean, you know, he must have found his own little technique to get out of the house. I mean, I don't really have high locks or anything on my doors. And I know when my grandbabies come over, like, I have to figure out a way to make sure that they can't get out my front door, because my backyard's fenced, but my front yard's not.
Mm-hmm.
And that 8th Street that runs right there, I don't know if that is a busy road or not, you know, but he was out there. He was wandering around. Yes, that first report did say that they found evidence in the house. They didn't say what the evidence was, but they did say that evidence was in the house, Susie. So I'm going to go over this timeline. This is not the video. I want to read you guys this. And when I read this, I'm going to give you several times. And these are all the times that Stacey Wondra mentions, because I don't want you to be confused when you hear the clips and you hear several times, you know, times and timelines. This is just his day, the way he said it went, in order. So he says that he wakes up in the morning, he drank coffee, he showered, he watched some TV. A taxi call came in at 11 a.m. Sarah was busy, so Stacey took the ride. He says he left at 12:30, 1 p.m. And then he also mentions a 1:30 p.m. time. He leaves and stops at the splash pad to grab his chew, like Copenhagen chew that you put in your lip. It had fallen to the floorboard of the car, of the passenger's floorboard. So he got out of the car, he goes around, he gets the Copenhagen, because he can't reach it, and he gets back in the vehicle. He picks up his client in Ontario, Oregon, goes to Boise Airport, visits a friend for a few hours, gets back home. He says 3. He says 3:30, 4, and 4:30. Home with Brandon and Sarah until they leave to go tow Brandon's car back from Kuna at Brandon's mom's house. They leave at 5:15, 5:30, 5:45, end of 5 o'clock hour, 6 o'clock. They stop at the 8th and Arizona Street on their way to Kuna to put in power steering fluid at 6 to 6:15. They go to Kuna, driving the freeway. There's no time really at all for when they got to Kuna, when they towed the vehicle. They were there long enough for Stacey to like hook the car up and stuff to the truck. And then they drive home using one of the other freeways, not the main freeway, because they're literally doing a tow with a tow rope. And at one point it snapped off and they had to pull over to the side of the road to fix it. And they drive home using that back little freeway, back road or whatever. And it's about 9:15, 9:30 to 10 o'clock when they arrive back in Fruitland. So I'm going to play this timeline for you guys. I hope you guys aren't confused. That's the one thing that I was worried about when I threw these clips together, was that everybody was going to get confused. That's why I wanted to go over it. There are going to be multiple times, and we'll go over everything when the timeline video is over. If anybody has any questions, hit me with the comments down. This is going to be like a 10-minute video, so I'll try to answer them best I can as they come in.
Beginning of the day was as the usual. Woke up from, obviously sleeping. Woke up, had some coffee. Kind of laid around the house, with Sarah and Brandon, and that was literally the highlight of the morning. I mean, we watched some TV, I think, or a movie, or I don't remember exactly, but which was get up, have your coffee, get dressed, get showered for the day. Like I said, I think we may have watched a movie or it was a movie or TV show. I don't remember. And then I got the taxi call probably, I think it was like around 11. And person wanted to go from Ontario to Boise, so I went and picked him up. I left the house about 12:30 or 1 in the afternoon. And took the Lexus that we had to go pick the client up and transported him to Boise. And I hung out in Boise, I think, for a few hours and then came home.
Ontario, Oregon to Boise Airport, which I looked it up. It takes about, an hour and 20 minutes roughly to get from Ontario.
Hour and 15 with traffic, yeah.
Okay. So you, bare minimum, were driving time 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated that you had left at about 12:30 to 1, maybe 1:30. And you had stopped at the splash pad because your snuff had slid to the other side.
Correct. And neighborhood seemed subtle and quiet. There's not a lot going on. Nothing seemed unusual at our house. Nothing was off. And then Brandon asked us if we would help him get his vehicle. So we agreed we would help him because he'd been bugging us for a while. So we took the truck and went and picked him up, or picked his car up with us in Cuna.
And so he goes inside to wash clothes. Now, did he wash the clothes that he was wearing?
No,
Do you know?
he just didn't change the clothes, but all I know, to my knowledge, he just washed the clothes that was washed. It was double bag.
But he did change the clothes he was wearing, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so he goes in, changes clothes, washes the clothes that's in his duffel bag. Do you or Sarah ever go in the house with him?
I was outside hooking the vehicle up to the car.
Okay. What kind of vehicle do you remember? Did
Yeah,
Brandon?
it was a Mercedes Benz. It was a 1999 Mercedes Benz.
19. So you hook up his Mercedes 1999 piece of crap to the GMC. So you're outside, he's inside. How long do you think that takes you to get that all hooked up and stuff like that?
Well, I had to make sure it was, secure, you know what I mean? So I'd probably say it took me maybe 15 minutes to get everything lined up, because I had to push his car out of the driveway and then had to,
So basically you and Sarah just wait in the vehicle while he's inside washing clothes?
Well, when you were at Brandon's mom's house, you said Sarah used the bathroom. Did she walk in the front door, or how did she get in?
Through the garage.
Okay, so y'all sitting out there, very little conversation, just jamming out the music. And how long do you think y'all sat out there waiting on him to do the clothes? Just a guess.
I think he just threw him in the washer at that time. I don't think he even put him in the dryer, but I think it probably took him maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay.
About the time it took me to hook the car up and stuff. So
he washed them fairly quick.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, from there y'all got the car hooked up. And then where do y'all go from there?
So we took a route going through Eagle Road, down to the Black Canyon Highway. I remember that took you into Payette, by Clay Peak landfill and stuff like that. But
so y'all drove past the landfill. What made you decide to take a different route back than you took there?
Well, anybody that's ever tows a vehicle on a tow strap knows that.
So you took interstate there, and take the back way back with the vehicle towing?
Correct.
Is that why you chose to do that? That would make probably the most sense. Yeah, because I tow trailers. A lot of times I'll take the back route, so I don't have to get on the interstate with the trailer. So you was just circling back a different way and you say that took you down past the landfill, all those things, and y'all was heading back. Where was y'all heading to at that point? Back home?
Yes.
Okay. And what time do you think you enter 8th Street coming back with the tow? What
time do you think we got back?
Yeah, with the tow from Brandon's house after he washed the clothes and you hooked up the vehicle.
No, it was probably 9:15, 9:30 at night.
9:30 at night. Okay.
And he steered his car behind. And Sarah and I were in the truck, and we towed his vehicle all the way back to Fruitland. When we got back, we noticed that there was an exceptional amount of police officers and people just walking around. And I told Sarah to pull over. I was like, let's find out what's going on. And we rolled the window down, and we asked them, what's going on, what's happening. And they were like, well, a little boy was abducted. And we're like, what? And I was in the process of trying to get Brandon's car dismantled or detached from my truck. And Brandon and Sarah had gone and looked for Michael while I was doing that. I offered to go help. And they're like, no, we'll just go out and do it. And I was like, okay. The truck was taking up the lengthwise of the full size of the driveway, because I had the truck and then I also had Brandon's car behind. So I was working on getting that all undone. So they didn't have access to taking a vehicle to go get it, to go look for him. So they went out on foot.
Now, right here, I just want to pause for a second. That was the whole day timeline from just taking a bunch of clips and putting them all together. The rest of this video is going to be the inconsistencies of his timeline and different times that he gives for the same times that you just heard.
About when it started getting dark, probably 5:30, 5:45, somewhere around the end of the 5 o'clock hour, we all got ready and got into the Sierra, the red burgundy truck. I got home at 4, like I said, between 3. Brandon and Sarah had gone and looked for Michael while I was doing that. I offered to go help. They're like, no, we'll just go. $35, $45, somewhere around the end of the 5 o'clock hour, we all got ready and got into the Sierra, the red burgundy truck.
I'm sorry, you guys, technical difficulties. I was trying to pause here and I didn't get to it in time. He's talking about leaving to go do that tow, saying that it's getting dark outside at 5:15. He goes on to say 5:30 and then, up close to 6 o'clock. But in Fruitland, Idaho, the sun did not go down on July 27th until 9:17 p.m. So that's just a huge consistency for me that he was saying that they left while it was getting dark.
I got home at 4, like I said, between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, and we left about 5:15 or 5:30 at night. So give or take an hour. I only took one ride that day. Sarah was gone. The morning time, she took Adrian to Napa or Boise or wherever they went. But I know I only did one run, and I left about 1 o'clock.
Okay. What was
I got back about 4:30.
So when you returned about, let's just say after 4, what did you do next after that?
Sat around for about, I don't know, an hour, 15 minutes, waited for, and then Brandon asked us about going to get his vehicle.
Just remember that he says that he sat around the house after he got back for about an hour, hour and a half.
And then that was when you went to go tow, right?
Left about 5:30 in the afternoon.
Did law enforcement ever show you the time that you left to go tow the car?
No, they didn't have any specific. They had pictures of the truck leaving the neighborhood, correct? And that was exactly at the time that I told you guys on here, between 5:30 and 6. We had gone to his house, picked up his car. Sarah was driving the truck. I was in the passenger seat, and Brandon was in the back seat.
Because see, Brandon said that it was him, Adrian, and Sarah. But you said it was yourself, Sarah, and Brandon.
Correct.
All right. So that day you did a taxi run from Ontario to Boise.
Correct.
Now, what time did you get home? Roughly.
So, I'd say I was gone at least from, I think I left the house at 1, and I didn't get back till 3:30 or 4.
Where did you guys go after 4 o'clock? Because you said around 6:15, at Southwest and 8th is when you put the power steering fluid in.
For Arizona and 8th, yes.
No, I'm sorry.
We were at home. Brandon, Sarah, and I were at home.
Oh, so you went home and left again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, yes, correct. We had gone home because we had to go get the truck. I didn't have the truck with me. You know what I mean? Like so I had to go home. As I went home, Sarah was already there with Brandon. We had to come home. Brandon then asked us if we would help him get his car from CUNA. At that point, we agreed, and so we hopped in the truck, and I put the tow strap and everything in the back, and we left. They said that apparently their timing and my timing were off, which is unusual because I'm pretty good at recollecting times. So I'm 99.99999,000% sure that I knew exactly what time we left the house that night for Brandon's car. I knew what time I left during the day. Like, I'm a very time punctual person.
I'm 99.99999% or 1000% positive. You need to be a little bit more positive, Stacey, because you just his timeline is all over the place. All over the place.
Yeah, that's crazy. And yeah, he again is trickling out a little bit more information the more and more he went on these interviews. How he just said that the police told him that their time and his time don't match. Show us that he is wrong if he says 5:30 and the police are over here saying that Michael disappeared between 6:40 and what was it? 6:40 and 7.
Yeah.
And they have pictures of his truck in the neighborhood around that time because he was parked on the street conveniently changing power steering fluid when he lived right up the road. Why wouldn't he have done that in his own driveway? It just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. And did you hear when they drive back from, I mean, and this is further in the timeline, but when they drive down Black Canyon on that, back road to get home, there's a landfill. The way, the one creator had pointed that out, Dolly, I was just, because it didn't recollect, like it didn't snap with me. And I was like, damn,
Right.
Yeah, it's just crazy. He says he leaves to go do that taxi thing at 12:31, 1:30, back from his ride, 3:30, 4:30. These are all the times in this timeline. And Eve mentions, so your driving time was 3 hours driving time, right? And he's shaking his head, yes, for 3 hours driving time. So you guys remember that when we go over his drive time here shortly. And he sat there at the house for an hour and a half. Also remember that in his timeline after we add up how long it takes for him to get from Fruitland to Ontario, from an Ontario to Boise, visit, and come back home. And a couple of things that are the most important, he mentions in one clip that him and Sarah stay in the truck while Brandon goes in the house to wash his clothes and change his clothes and wash his clothes, because I guess he had a duffel bag. And Dolly had asked him about that duffel bag, and Stacey Wondra mentioned immediately, well, the duffel bag wasn't big enough to put a little kid's body in it or a body in it or something like that.
Yeah,
and I was just floored.
Me too. That was his very first reaction to the duffel bag question or the clothing question was, that it couldn't have fit a small child. It was too small. And it's like, is that immediately where your brain goes? Like,
right. And then the other creator asks him, about Sarah going into the house to go to the bathroom. So there's an inconsistency right there. He says Sarah sat with him in the truck, But he also said that Sarah went into the house. But he told Dolly, the other creator, he's like, she didn't go in the house. And I just find that really strange.
If you just even listen to the whole story, it is strange anyway that the friend's begging him to tow the truck. He takes him home, and what the friend's priority is to wash his clothes and change his clothes, while Stacey allegedly loads his friend's truck for him. Like, wouldn't you just be like, bro, this is your truck. You're the one who's hooking it up. Like, instead, Stacey's the one pushing it out of the driveway, allegedly, if we're to believe him, pushing it around, getting it into place, hooking it up to the tow strap, and not even caring that his friend is inside just doing whatever he needs to do, but he doesn't need help with that, and he didn't even really want to do it in the first place. Just sounds suspicious.
Yeah. And the whole, it was getting dark when we left to go do the tow. No, it wasn't. I had to look. I just had to look, and I Googled it. And it doesn't start getting dark. Sunset isn't until 9:17. So it wasn't getting dark. And I also caught him in another one. Unfortunately, there are some things we're going to talk about that were in clips. I was doing everything from my phone and using caps cuts. There was so much information, you guys. Like I said, 12 hours, close to 12 hours worth of videos to go through. And my phone starts running out of room. Caps cut starts running out of room, telling me I can't add more to stuff. I'm running out of, gigabytes and stuff. So
yeah.
The other thing that was mentioned was he woke up that morning. He told Dolly, and it was a nice, beautiful, sunny day outside. Kaylia looked it up today. Didn't you say it was in the hundreds?
Yes, it reached 100 degrees that day.
Yeah, he's talking about how it's all sunny and everything in the morning when he wakes up, but then he turns around and talks about how it was a strange day. Again, I messed up on one clip. Out of all of the clips I did, I added one clip to the wrong video, and you'll see that in a little while. But he mentions that it was a strange day and it was kind of getting dark and cloudy, or I don't even think he said cloudy, but it was kind of dim outside. It was just a really strange day or something. But no, it was a sunny day, and sunset wasn't until 9:17. It's why is he lying about the daylight stuff? It almost makes you wonder what time he really left.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's a good point.
Yeah, because you're going to remember, I left and it was dark outside. Well, it didn't get dark till 9:17. And since we're going to go over his timeline with his taxi drive and show how that timeline doesn't add up here shortly, then you'll see the inconsistency that I'm talking about. Let me see if there's anything else I want to talk about on this video. Oh, yeah, he says that between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, Ellie has him in the truck leaving the neighborhood. That's what he's alleging anyway. Brandon says that Adrian and Sarah and Brandon left to go do the tow the day before. And Brandon also mentioned in another video that Stacey was at home all day. But, these are suspects in a case. I really believe they're all pointing fingers at each other, to be perfectly honest. That's my opinion.
Right.
Because when you got something like this so serious going on, I mean, that's what you're going to start doing if you don't want to be the one to get in trouble, is start pointing fingers.
Yeah, exactly. Deflecting off yourself and controlling the narrative, as we see often, if in people that are taking heat for crimes like this, and this is a big one. I mean, I believe the police are pretty confident if they're submitting it to the grand jury to get an indictment. I mean, they obviously feel like they are ready to get a jury to say that they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's coming up, and I'm just glad that for Michael's family that hopefully, sooner rather than later, this really does start picking up pace.
Yeah, right. Well, that's all we can hope and pray for. Trina Smith, no evidence found in the cars. You know, I'm not sure about that. I don't know if any evidence was found in the cars. I have not heard one way or another. We're going to move on to the next video. This video contradicts the statement that he makes about watching television that morning.
Get up, have your coffee, you know, get dressed, get showered for the day. Like I said, I think we may have watched a movie or one or it was a movie or TV show. I don't remember, but I know that the TV shows that Sarah and I really were into were The Good Doctor and I really was obsessed with Chicago PD. So just shows like that that we would watch. So I don't remember exactly if it was a movie or a TV show, but
You all didn't have a TV? How come you didn't have a television?
we just didn't have. Sarah went through this phase of being. I don't know. She believed that the TV was satanic, and again, it all has to do with religion with her. I think very wrong religion, because I don't remember reading in the Bible where it says you aren't supposed to watch TV. But she was on a trip. She did not believe in watching TV at that time. And then a while later, she was like, "Oh, well, we can get a TV now. God told me it's okay." Like, yeah, she was never off. So I believe at that time we didn't have a TV. I don't remember watching TV that day.
Okay. Criminal Med said, when did that no TV start?
I mean, she would have trips, like bad bad God trips, and that started. I mean, she's been going through that off and on since I've been married.
I thought you said that you all had watched movies and TV that morning before.
I don't think so. If I did, I was. I don't think we even had a TV. I'm like I said, I'm trying to recall everything.
No, you're okay.
I mean, I don't recall 100%, to be honest with you, about the whole, like, that was so long ago. If I said we had a TV, I mean, it's possible, but I'm going off of the best knowledge that I can give you.
I mean, these interviews were days apart, weren't they?
Right. Days apart. Well, in the first one, he says that they watched TV. Second one,
Yeah.
they didn't watch TV. Third one, she had caught it and then asked him about it. And you could tell by all of the pausing and the he was kind of caught off guard. What I like is that he actually describes like all of his TV shows, and he really is like into like definitely they watch TV or a movie or something. And then he was certain and totally sure that they did not have a TV too. So I mean, like, he was for sure both times. And then it was, oh, I don't know, it was so long ago. It's possible.
Yeah, but again, it's just like you don't even remember what you said yesterday. That's just crazy. And you brought up a good thing, a good point. I want to make sure we tell our listeners. Again, these are clips from 12 hours worth of interviews with content creators here on YouTube. And what's interesting is when you see him, or when they ask him a hard question, for example, when one of the YouTubers asked him what he was doing when Brandon went inside and washed the clothing, he, in the real-time interview, paused for like a good 5 seconds and like stared off into space, and like his eyes widened, and it was either almost like he was like trying to think of an answer, or he was flashing back to something. Those are the two things that I saw when I saw him do that. And that was kind of how, when he was getting asked certain questions, you could see him widen his eyes and him gaze off. And we couldn't include those in all these clips because we have already a lot of content we want to cover here, so we couldn't put all of those in there. But body language is a big deal, and
that's why I wanted to zoom in on his face, because like I didn't get a chance really to really watch it, because I downloaded everything today, rewatched everything because I wanted to make sure everything was really good, took notes, and that's when I'm just like, oh wait, wow. His facial expressions got to me. And besides him coughing and gagging and spitting and like chewing his chew and everything else and the long pauses, I think that's one of the reasons why some of the shows were so long. I mean, even the hard questions that, was asked about, Michael's body being in the yard or Michael being dead or anything like that. Michael being like, he always took a very long pause, like he was, like you were saying, either recollecting some kind of memory or trying to think of what to say.
Yeah, it was interesting. Also, I know a lot of people watch a lot of I watch a lot of true crime content. I know a lot of our members do too. So a lot of people say when people don't say the person's name, the victim's name, that is a red flag. And you can go listen to these interviews. He hardly says Michael's name.
I literally made a video. I did, Kaylia. I made a video of how many times let's just throw it up. I got room. Let's throw that up right now while we're talking about it, because I got a clip of him. He doesn't say his name. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on.
Should have known you. I'm glad you did, because I listened to it myself, and I was thinking I definitely only heard it one time in one interview, but just crazy.
Want justice for this little boy. I want this little boy to come back home to his mother and father. It tears me up inside. I hurt badly because I want this little boy to be with his family. I would kill somebody if that happened to my kid. I would say that I'm extremely sorry that your little boy was abducted, and I would want them to know that my heart is 100% with them. I also want them to know that if I ever were to come in contact with a person, if this person was found that did this, they would be in a very, very, very huge world of hurt. And that comes from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry, Brandi, and I'm sorry, Tyler, for everything that you're going through. And I wish, and I pray every day, and I cry nightly that this little boy comes home.
That girl said, what would he want to say to the abductor or abductors if they were watching?
I would want to say that I hope whoever this person is, I hope that he rots in prison for the rest of his life or he gets killed. I hope he reaps what he did. And I want justice for that family just as much as anybody else does. I can't tell you how many times I cry every day, and I'm saddened because this little boy hasn't come home yet to his family that deserves him, that needs him the most. I just want peace for this little boy. That boy should be everybody's number one concern. Everybody's. You all don't need to be focused on me, and I appreciate it. You guys are concerned, and I get that. But this, you'll need to focus on this little boy and him being found, and quit hypothetically guessing and judging just off of something you all hear. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Little boy, that boy,
Constant.
the boy.
Wow.
Yeah. And I don't know if anybody else noticed it. I promised that I wasn't going to rewind videos, try to find things. It's really hard to do. But he says, "I'm sorry, Brandi," and "I'm sorry, Tyler." Long pause.
Yeah.
That you're for what you're going through. "I'm sorry, Brandi," and "I'm sorry, Tyler," that you're what you're going through.
Yeah.
I mean, I cry nightly. I pray every day. I can't say how many times I cry every day, saddened. Family that deserves him and needs him the most. I wonder how many times or how many tears Brandi has cried in the past
Right.
3 years, almost 3 years. You know, I'm
What?
not feeling sorry for his tears.
I'm
I'm
not
really
at
not.
all. And not only that, but I'm sorry, but Samantha and I both are longtime advocates for other missing kids. And I've never once said that I would hurt the person that did this to Kyron or anything like that. You know, or
Right.
the kids that I advocate for or anything. That's just crazy to me and so like, I don't know, so out there.
Well, he talks about being just this really nice guy and everything. I actually did a clip on that too about how he talks about being such a nice guy and stuff. But it doesn't make sense. And then he's like, "I would kill somebody if they did that to
Right.
my kid. I
That's
would
what I'm
kill them."
saying.
I mean,
Yeah, just crazy. Also, I I think that his words are they matter. His words, he speaks them and he doesn't intend what I mean, he doesn't mean what he says. When you put the very first interview up, I almost pointed this out then. I should have probably, but he said something about Brandon and Sarah, and he said, "I would never think they would do something like this." And it's almost like he knew. You know what I mean? Like,
mhm.
it's almost like deep in him that came out in a way like, oh, he meant to say something like, oh, I don't believe they would ever do anything like this. But it
Right.
almost came out as like a guilty conscience, like, oops, I said it this way because I have a guilty conscience. That's just my opinion.
Whenever you talk and stuff, I'm just sitting here and other clips are going through my brain like ding, 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 ding. I can't wait for you to see this one, this one, this one. And how he words certain things when he's talking about, you know, Brandon, Sarah, or Adrian, or whoever he's pointing the finger to. And just like you're saying, it's almost like he's just like he knows. Like he
Yeah.
literally almost goes. Okay, let's get back on task because we got a long night, long Saturday night. Thank you everyone for joining. Death by Chocolate is here. She's watching the replay. I'm sure that she is on double time trying to catch up with us. We appreciate her so much. She comes for all of our lives. We just love you to death. Thanks everyone for coming. So we're going to go over the taxi ride map. I mapped everything out. It's kind of a corny little map, you know. I'm not a huge time creator like everybody else, but I'm make the best of it with my little stuff that I got going on.
You do great. I'm glad we even get to see what it all looks like, and when you put it in a map, and you get to see the perspective, it just puts it into a different perspective of you know, how close things really are and
Well,
why it matters.
and I am a true crime junkie. Like,
Yeah.
we all know this. Like, I am a junkie. I tell you all the time, like, I'm 2020, I'm Dateline. I'm like watching all these shows on all different kinds of cases constantly. I have to have perspective. If I'm watching a show on 2020 or Dateline or something, I'll literally pause and I'll take a minute to look up on a map where they said they were because I need to know. That's just
Mhm.
me. So, yeah, I can't wait for some better technology, a bigger, better computer, and just, you know, one of these days, because I'm looking forward to it. I'm putting it out there in the world. So, okay, so here it takes 11 minutes to get from Red Wing Street, where they lived in Fruitland, to Ontario, Oregon. 11 minutes. Is it moving? Oh yeah, it's moving. So it's 11 minutes. It's 4.2 miles from Fruitland, Idaho to Ontario, Oregon. So it's not that far. It's just like 4.2 miles, it says. And then from Ontario, Oregon to Boise, Idaho, 59 minutes. It's like 56.4 miles. So pretty much an hour. 1 hour, 46.4 miles from Ontario, Oregon to Boise, Idaho. Again, this is his taxi drive that he got at 11. And he visits Labor Dave. He says a few hours. In a later video, he says that he was only there for a little while, and then another one, an hour. This is from Boise to Fruitland, Idaho, 52 minutes, 54.3 miles. So again, you got 52 minutes, close to an hour from Boise back to Fruitland. And I timed out, I had to map out the time, right? 11 minutes, 1 hour, a few hours, 2 to 3 hours is, so a few hours to me is usually 3 hours. Few hours to some other people might be 2. And since he said a couple and a few, so we're just going to go off a 2 or 3. And when you add up 11 minutes, 1 hours, 2 to 3 hours visiting, and 52 minutes, that's 4 hours and 13 minutes, or 5 hours and 13 minutes. I hope everybody is getting this. So basically gone 4 to 5 hours. He says that he leaves home. He gets the phone call at 11 o'clock to go take care of this guy, and he leaves the house. He says 12:30. He says 1. Eve from her show says about 1:30. He agreed. So sometime in that area. But if you leave at 1 o'clock, I put it in right smack dab in the middle of all 3 of his timelines. And he's gone 4 hours and 13 minutes. He's not back home till 5:13. And if you go by the 5-hour time limit, he's gone for 5 hours and 13 minutes, leaving at 1 o'clock. He's not back till 6:13. Now, remember those times that I told you guys about earlier that was so important, where she mentions a 3-hour drive. He shook his head to a 3-hour drive, which would have put almost another hour on this time. Just an FYI for anybody. And she also asked him what he did when he got home. And he said he sat around the house for an hour, hour and a half. So if he's sitting around the house when he gets home at 5:13 p.m. for an hour and a half, you're looking at closer to 7 o'clock. If you do the math, 5:13, 6:13, add another 30 minutes, you're looking at 6:45. And then if you go by the 5-hour and 13-minute one, you're looking at 8:45. Between 8:15, 8:45, or 7:15 and 7:45. Make that make sense, because things aren't adding up, Stacey. Your timeline doesn't make sense. And it would make more sense that he got home later, and when they left, it was dark outside, just like he said. When we left to go tow, it was getting dark out. And it didn't start getting dark until 9:17 is when the sun set. So like 9 o'clock. His timeline for the day just doesn't make sense. And I threw this together in my head and wrote it down several different ways. And I just used the in the middle time for everything. And even if I would have used the earlier times, he's not getting home from that until after 5 o'clock. at least after 5 o'clock. He's not getting home at 3:30 like he said, or 4 or 4:30, because he literally throws all of those times out. And it's kind of like he's trying to create a different timeline.
Right.
And why do people do that?
Yeah, especially when you're going on interviews within days of each other and you're changing your answer. Yeah, that it just doesn't make sense. Good catch, because nobody would put the time together like unless they're devoted. So seriously, again, thanks for doing that, because that just is so suspicious.
I think I spent more time on looking through times. Not that I did videos, but when I went through them all and started writing down all of the times, because I needed to, know when he left the house, when he got his phone call, and etc. But when I started throwing it all, I'm just like, what? This does not make sense. I personally, in my opinion, believe that he didn't get home until later. But then again, you have Brandon saying he didn't leave at all. So what's the truth?
Yeah, right.
And maybe we can do another live, using Stacey's words and Brandon's words against each other to see what they're kind of like. I've already thought about that too, because there was so much that I didn't add to these clips that he talked about Brandon. And I'm like, the battle of Stacey and Brandon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. It's clear that Stacey is not a fan of anyone involved anymore. And that's what makes me just, wonder. Again, we'd like to point out, he said he was the one who gave the tip about Michael being buried in their yard. All of this is just so suspicious. And he didn't go into details on why he said that.
No, it's that's the main timeline too of the day. That's like the entire day's timeline. Make that make sense.
Yeah.
And then when they get back into the neighborhood, it's 9:30, 10 o'clock. Brandon and Sarah take off and go walking looking for Michael. I'm curious to know if anybody saw them out walking looking for Michael. Is that really what happened? And yeah, like you were saying, the catch, I thought the biggest catch of everything was Eve asking him the question of what he did and how long he was home after he got home from that taxi ride, because that was really telling. He didn't just come home from his taxi ride and then they just loaded up to leave. He stayed. They visited. So, let's see. So now we're going to go over other things that happened in the day. These are things that he talked about. There's the splash pad incident. During the day, he's leaving. He's going to go do this taxi drive that he says he's got to do with his client. And before he leaves his neighborhood there on 8th Avenue or 8th Street, he pulls over to the side of the road and has to get his tobacco, his chew, Copenhagen, whatever it is, out of the floorboard of the car. Let's take a look at these inconsistencies.
No, the sun, and I don't know where they're getting 9 o'clock that the sun goes down. It starts getting dark about.
I just got to point out, because I'm going to start this video over. This was the only caps cut that I messed up. Out of all those hours, this is the one. And this is the one that I was telling you guys where he talks about it, being like a dim day when they leave. Because I think there was a question before this, like, what do you mean like it's dark outside when you leave, kind of a thing? Because he literally tells Dolly, I woke up and it was a nice, beautiful, sunny day outside. And now he's trying to say that's not what kind of day it was at all.
It was an odd day. Like, it wasn't light out when we got back. It was dark.
And what time did you leave to go tow the truck?
about 5:30, but we didn't get back till 9:30 or 10. So that would make sense that it was dark out when we got back. Yes. Like I said, we left the house at 5:30 that night.
Okay, so the taxi run was at 1:50.
Yep. Correct.
When were
back
you
about 4
when
p.m.
were you on camera at the splash pad?
at like 1:10 in the afternoon. Correct.
Now, there's a lot of talk about the splash pad.
Remember that he says that they, 1:10 is when he pulled over to the splash pad because there's a huge inconsistency with that.
Have you ever been to that splash pad?
Yeah. So on the way out of my taxi ride, I pulled into the splash pad in the Lexus. I had gotten a phone call from Sarah when I'd left the house. She had asked me, she always calls me whenever I leave. I'd stopped at the splash pad because I chewed tobacco. I still chew. And I had stopped at the splash pad because my can of chew had fallen on the passenger side of the seat. And I couldn't pull off to the side of the road because there was no room to really park. It was right before the stop sign, and you weren't supposed to park by the stop sign or anywhere near it because you're not supposed to by law. So I pulled off to the splash pad for 2 seconds, and I tried reaching over the seat to grab it, but it was on the far side of the floorboard. I don't know if you know what I mean, but it was literally on the far side of the floorboard, and I couldn't reach it. So I got out of the vehicle to go grab the can of chew, and I grabbed it, and then I went back in the car and drove off. That was literally all that had happened that night, or that time I parked at the splash pad. I didn't even get out to talk to anybody or anything. I literally got out to grab my can of chew that had fallen on the far side of the floorboard.
Okay, so was that on the day that Michael was abducted?
Yeah, but it was way early in the afternoon, like right as I left the house, like 1 o'clock, 1:10 maybe in the afternoon.
Can you tell everybody the exact time they have you on camera at the splash pad when you're getting your snuff?
1:15.
1:15?
No, sorry, 1:30. 1:30.
So that timeline that we just put together of him leaving and doing that taxi run with his client to Ontario and then to Boise and then back to Fruitland, I used the 1 o'clock time. But he is saying that Fruitland police have him at 1:30 and he's leaving at 1 o'clock, but he's there at 1:30. If we're according to him, if he leaves the house and he leaves at 1 o'clock and they have him on camera at 1:30, did he sit there for 30 minutes? Did he get his time wrong? And the other thing I want to point out is why both times that Stacey leaves that day does he pull over to do something. This time's for his Copenhagen, and later on it's for power steering fluid, when you can put power steering fluid in your truck in your driveway. And did the Copenhagen fall down onto the floorboard while he was driving, or was it already there? Couldn't he have? I don't know. Make it make sense, Kalia. Make it make sense.
It doesn't make any sense that, like, when you have so many questions like this, there's no making sense of it. And obviously the reason that the police have even asking him about this is significant. They were asking him why he was at that splash pad, and yeah, I just think that this is way more significant than it's
Speculate,
just,
girlfriend. Just say
right,
it.
okay,
I'm about to do it.
I just earlier was thinking that, like, was he there to abduct a kid? Was he sitting there thinking that's what this was a premeditated thing, so he went to where kids go, the
Yeah, like,
neighborhood
did they all
splash pad?
wake up and think we're gonna get a kid today? Did him and Sarah talk? Did him and Brandon? Did Brandon and Sarah? Did he do it by himself? I'm just saying, like, is that, yeah, was it a premeditated thing? Excuse me, premeditated thing. Like, I'm
Yeah.
curious, like, did he leave the house at 1? Because if he did, then he sat at that splash pad for a half an hour.
Right.
And it doesn't take 10 minutes if you leave the house. You guys saw on my map. Let me just, I knew I saved that map for a reason, because that splash pad, you guys, that splash pad is right
Super
here
close.
where the green is on the right. It doesn't take you 10 minutes to drive out of your neighborhood and get to the splash pad. And if you left at 1, then he sat there for 30 minutes. If he didn't leave at 1, guess what, people? And they have him at 1:30, allegedly 1:30. That's what he says. We're going to just take his word for it this time. That adds half an hour to that timeline that I gave you earlier. The 4 hours and 13 minutes, the 5 hours and 13 minutes from he was either leaving to go tow at 7:15, 7:45, or 8:15 and 8:45. But now you can add almost another half an hour to that, because he's saying he's being seen on camera at 1:30.
At 1:30. You know, also, I always just point out when somebody's first reaction is super, like, sure. Like, I did not cross the bridge to Savi's Island, for example. I'm so sure. I was there and I didn't talk to anybody. I went right over, grabbed my thing, and I went right back. That's it. You know? I don't know. It just is, to me, it's a little suspicious when you take everything into consideration. Does he have his time wrong? Was he sitting there? I don't know. But the police, for some reason, was asking him, why were you here at this time? We have you on camera.
Yeah, and I mean, we all know that it's not close to the time that Michael came up missing, but the point is, could he have been wanting to abduct a child? Michael was out wandering around. If they wanted to abduct a child, he was out by himself with no parents, nobody. Could have just snatched him. Like, you know, it was actually convenient for an abductor. And that's so messed up to say, but it's for real, because that's what happens.
A crime
You know,
of
that's
opportunity.
why we watch that's why we watch our kids like a hawk, you know, especially now. This day and age, nope. Hello, everyone. Backing up. Just got here. Thank you for being here. He won't even hear me till he catches up, though. So the other timeline that I want to go over is longer. It is one of our longer ones, but it's the most important one, because now we're going to, well, this isn't the really long one. This is the one before the really long one, because I had to make 2 different clips to talk about the 8th Street and Arizona stop, where they stopped to put in power steering fluid. Pay attention, guys. If I can get to the pause button when I hear things that are really important, I'll try to click that pause button, because it's a lot easier for me to do that than back up. So tune in with your ears.
Way out of the subdivision, we were in the truck. The truck, I always had to put power steering in the truck because the power steering pump was going out. It had a it's called the high pressure gasket ring that connects the power steering hose to the core. Was bad. I didn't fix that until after like a month later. I ended up getting it fixed, but it was called a high pressure seal. There we go, high pressure seal for the power steering. And so the power steering had a huge was spraying all over. Every probably I don't know, probably every 4, 5, 6 hours, we had to stop and refill power steering fluid because there was a huge whining noise going on, and it was causing from the power steering. I would say probably early 6 o'clock hour, like between 6.
That question right there that went by kind of fast was, what time did you pull over to put in the power steering fluid? And he's saying around 6.
6:15, easy.
6:15.
Arizona And 8th Street is only a few hundred feet from the area where Michael was last seen.
No, it's probably like, I don't know, like a tenth of a mile. But even still, I don't know how or why he would even be seen in our neighborhood when he lives completely on the other side of the subdivision.
I just want to pause right there because he starts talking about mapping out the area and stuff, and I don't want anybody to forget about what he just said, because he kind of gets really abrupt right there, like snappy, about how far it was to Michael's house, and then wants to start talking about their subdivisions and everything else. Like, he is completely running away from this idea that he's in this area where Michael lived. Is it just me? Are you here, Kaylia? Are you muted?
I do that to myself. But again, it reminds me of I did not go to Savi's Island. It's no way, it's the so sure. I've already done the math. It's only a tenth of a mile. I don't know. He didn't go that quick.
He actually did like a really long pause to answer that question. It was so long. I was like, what? And then I just added it. So it sounds like it was really super fast, but it wasn't. And then he was like, no, it was like,
Yeah, he probably, well, I mean, honestly, that map shows you it was so close. It was 2 corners away. It was basically
around the corner.
How many houses? 3 houses down. 3 houses down from where he was. That is not far at all.
Thank you for pointing that out. Jeez, Louisa. Great, great, great. Thank you. Because that's going to come in when we go over the next timeline. Thanks, girl. All right, let's keep playing.
So the other side of it, in a different neighborhood. He doesn't even live in a subdivision. Outside of the subdivision. So we exited our subdivision and pulled off. You see that entrance on the right? So right across from the green pasture, right? On the big piece of green pasture on the left side of I don't know if you see it the same way I do, but the only big dark green pasture that's right there on the left.
Where the X is.
Okay, that road right there that divides the housing on where it says searching, and the road, and then there's that green pasture. So that little road right there, you pull out of the subdivision. We literally pulled off to the side of the road, right there at the corner. There's like a stop sign at that road, and we pulled off before the stop sign.
Now, what were Sarah and Brandon doing when you were working on the truck?
Sitting in the truck.
Yeah, it just makes me kind of wonder, like, why didn't he just say he was parked on the dirt right there on the corner like he did when he spoke with Dolly?
Yeah, I know. Also, he was so close to where Michael was last seen and so close to his own house. If this was an ongoing problem, why wouldn't he have done this before he left his house?
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense, because you can't tell me. And okay, so this man loves to work on cars and trucks. He talked multiple times about liking to work on vehicles. He has a lot of tools to work on vehicles. It's a hobby of his, okay? I know men like that. My dad was one of those men. And I'm telling you right now, men like that, they take care of their cars. Well, some take care of their cars, but usually
he owned a mechanic business. They owned a mechanic business at one point.
Ooh, good catch. Yeah, so he has a lot of intelligence.
Yes.
About vehicles. So he knows before he leaves the house that he's going to need to put power steering fluid in the truck. Now, I could get some arguments on that. Maybe he hadn't driven the truck in a while and it leaked all out or whatever. But he would also know that if it sat for a long time, it was going to leak all out and he was going to need power steering fluid. And he would also know if he had driven it the day before, whether it was doing that sound that your steering wheel makes when your power steering fluid is going out. You don't have to put it in. Your car still runs. The steering wheel still works. It just makes a loud noise.
Mm-hmm.
And he chooses around the corner for Michael's house to pull over to the side of the road. I don't know.
Suspicious.
And you guys are going to find this next video even more suspicious. Let's just jump right into it. This is a long video, but it's one of the most important videos that we're going to show on this live, because this is where he talks about seeing the child while he is pulled over to the side of the road. And you guys are not going to believe these inconsistencies. You're going to be like, WTF, for real.
You did mention seeing a child out by himself, but you didn't know that it was Michael.
Not at all. Yeah, I don't know who he is. You know, I didn't think it was out of the weird. You know, he was just being himself, being a kid.
I mean, do you recognize him now?
No, not at all.
No.
That kid did not depict Michael at all. No, the timestamp of when he went missing was it like 6 o'clock or 6:30 at night or 7. We left at 5:30. That's when they timestamped us leaving the neighborhood.
Okay, so when you saw the child playing, about what time was it?
You talking in reference to the child that was on his own?
Yeah.
I don't know. He was out there when we had left the house. We never stopped other than to stop on 8th Street in Arizona to go fill up fluid, and that was it.
Okay, so you didn't talk to him or anything?
Not at all, no.
You didn't ask if he was lost or anything like that?
No.
Do you remember what he was wearing? What colors or anything?
Not at all. I know that it was not Michael. I can tell you that. I would have recognized the picture.
Well, you've seen it a lot, right? Okay.
Every day.
You see the child who you said does not look like Michael. Who was with you?
Who was in the truck was Sarah, Brandon, and me.
And who pointed out the child that was out?
I saw him. I don't know whether they saw him. The hood was up on the truck. But I can tell you that it did not match Michael's description.
Who saw the child? Who said there's a child?
As far as I know, it was just me. As far as I'm concerned, it was only me. After I shut the hood, he was still out and about. So no, I take that back. No, Sarah did see him. So did Brandon. But we never.
I just wanted to pause right there. He says multiple times that he is the only one that saw this child. And now all of a sudden he's saying, wait a minute. No, Sarah and Brandon saw him too.
Thought anything different of it. And it was not Michael. Like I keep saying, you know.
But when you were putting the power steering fluid in, that was at Southwest 8th in Arizona.
Correct.
Did the child approach the truck? Because, I mean, you know, you're working at the truck, and some kids are really curious.
No, not at all.
Was he standing or sitting?
Oh, he was playing with his he was playing with something, but it wasn't I'm sorry, I'm trying to recollect as best as I can for you guys. There was nothing I think I want to say he was standing.
Was he in the street?
No, he was by houses.
Just going to pause right there. He says he was standing And he says he was by houses.
So he was by a house. Do you know the color of the house?
No, I didn't pay attention to that. But nothing was nothing was unusual about it at all. You know, he was just doing his own thing.
And how far away from the street was he?
I was on the sidewalk.
Oh, he was on the sidewalk. Okay.
Standing on the sidewalk.
You talking in reference to the child that was on his to say there was nothing unusual about it. The part where we found out about him disappearing was very normal for us. I mean, we saw kids playing outside all the time or doing their own thing, you know. I mean, kids would walk the neighborhood all the time.
Sure.
It was a safe neighborhood, you know, or it was supposed to be.
I mean, did he have a trike or anything with him? You know, like a tricycle, bicycle, anything?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Well, like I said, the kid that I saw did not depict Michael at all. In fact, the kid that I saw looked like he had dark hair, like very dark hair, like mine.
Well, how old do you think that child was?
I don't know. Like, I mean, he was definitely a little taller. You know, he wasn't like it didn't look like a 5-year-old kid at all. I'd say if I had to guess age, maybe 7, 8, 9. I mean, he wasn't like a little kid. You know what I mean? Like he was. That's why I said it didn't concern me at all that he was out and about doing his thing.
Well, I mean, how do you know it was a little boy?
I mean, aren't kids technically still labeled as little? I mean, if they're not in pre-adulthood. I can't confirm whether it was a boy or girl. I know that short hair, it was dark brown.
Well, did you tell the police?
They're aware of everything. I've told them everything I know. Told them everything my surroundings that night, my alerts. I mean, they know everything. I've told them.
Well, since you told police about the child in the area when you were putting in power steering fluid, do you think that's why they still consider you a suspect?
I don't know. As far as I was told, or, you know, as far as I heard, that I was not considered a person of interest to them anymore.
Okay. Did Sarah ever ask you to take the child you saw? Did she ever try to make you do anything against your will?
No.
Did she do it?
No, there was no kid taken from us. Like we're going over the same fucking questions, Brooks. I've answered them every way I can.
Michael is still missing.
Well, I understand this, and I've already answered a million questions from people that are asking the same exact questions throughout all 3 videos. I don't have any other information to give them. You're asking the same exact questions of all 3 videos. I get we're trying to rehash, but people can also backtrack and watch the same videos too.
If Sarah tried to take a child or Brandon, would you tell them to stop?
Absolutely. And I would go bring law enforcement involved.
Did you tell her to stop?
Yes, I would tell her to stop.
Did you tell her to stop?
No, she wasn't even asking about going to take a kid.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Sarah, me, Brandon were in the car, the truck. We had pulled off of by Arizona and 8th Street on the side of the road. I had been putting power steering fluid in the truck. I noticed a kid down the road, kind of in the yard, that was playing, just doing his thing, being himself. And, it was a secure neighborhood. I didn't think anything of it at all. But I don't know, say it's probably like 5:35, 5:40.
So you come out your neighborhood and you come to 8th right there at the corner, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you stop and you put power steering fluid in your vehicle.
Yep.
Now, was you the only person to get out the vehicle at that point?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
so you check the level, you see it needs some power steering fluid. Now, while you was there, did you notice anything?
Then noticed a boy playing in the neighborhood, or somebody's yard, but
Tell me a little bit about the child you noticed. What did you see? What was going on?
I just know he had dark brown hair.
Uh-huh.
He was taller, like had to have been 8, 9, 10 years old. Mind you, it wasn't a clear picture. You know what I mean? I wasn't really trying to pay attention.
Yeah, you was putting power
I always
steering.
pay attention to my surroundings all the time.
Yeah, and you say he had a toy. Do you remember what kind of toy he may have had?
No,
Oh, you don't.
I didn't pay attention again. I just know he was playing with something. Is all I know.
And you didn't see nobody else around the kid. Was he in a yard?
Yeah, he was in the neighbor's yard. Yeah, or one of the people's yards off of East Street, but
Okay.
outside a house, like in the front yard.
Across from the field, which would sit right across from the field. Okay. So how long do you think he was there putting power steering fluid in the vehicle?
At max 30 seconds. It doesn't take very long.
Was it like
There's a whole stretch of houses?
at Southwest 8th in Arizona? Okay. About how many houses down did you see him?
I don't know. I could see him in the distance. You know what I mean? Like there was I mean, I could see the face, but I don't. There was probably 5, 6, 7 houses down.
You saw this child on the sidewalk.
And you didn't see nobody else around the kid. Was he in a yard?
Yeah, he was in the neighbor's yard. Yeah, or one of the people's yards off of East Street, but
Okay.
outside a house, like in the front yard.
Across from the field, which would sit right across from the field. Okay. So how long do you think he was there putting power steering fluid in the vehicle?
At max 30 seconds. It doesn't take very long.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. I had to backtrack and go back because I accidentally clicked the button, but you bringing up 3 houses made me realize that he tells Brooks that the little boy is 5, 6, 7 houses down, and there's not a lot of houses in this neighborhood right there.
No. And also, you want to know what else I thought was interesting was that he kept saying he was in the neighbor's yard. Why wouldn't he assume he was in his own yard? That's kind of weird. He kept saying he was in his neighbor's yard, unless he was, he knows where Michael lives, and that's just something that's coming out on accident. I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, here we go. Stop. Do you guys see 5, 6, 7 houses down here on the corner? Just out of curiosity. I know there's 10th Street down a little bit further, but they have just as many houses down that road as this block does. And there's no more streets, I don't think, after 10th. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Several things to go over here. One, this 30 seconds. So in 30 seconds, you knew all that. You knew all that?
Yeah, right.
You knew all that information. And then he said the child didn't depict Michael. Then he tells Brooks that he couldn't tell if it was a boy or girl, But he turns around and tells the guy that it was a boy. He says here he left between 5:30, 5:40 to the man. Why am I forgetting his name? Oh, Dolly. That's right. And then she said something about the picture, and he was like, yeah, I see it every day. And I just kind of thought that was strange, because she was like, yeah, well, you look at it every day. And he was like, yeah, every day.
Yeah, interesting. Right. Again.
He goes over and over in that timeline about being the only person to see the boy, and then turns around and says that Brandon and Sarah saw him.
So, oh yeah. Oh wait, never mind. In that 30 seconds too, I know that Brandon and Sarah saw him. Like, that's not what he literally says, but yeah.
I take that back, is what he literally says. Yeah. And then at one point he starts talking about what the child was playing with. And then Dolly asks him what he was playing with. And he knows he's playing with something, but earlier he couldn't remember that he was playing with anything at all. He tells Brooks that the boy's walking on the sidewalk, turns around and tells Dolly, this boy's playing in the yard.
In the neighbor's yard. Yeah.
Yeah, he's standing and he's on the sidewalk, and then Brooks asks him about a tricycle and a bike. Oh, I can't remember. Well, if you knew that the boy was standing and playing with something, you didn't know if he was on a bike or on a tricycle or had one with him, next to him, playing with it, on it. I found that very odd too.
Yeah.
And then how old was the boy? I don't know. 6, 7, 8. And then again, I don't know. 7, 8, 9, 10. So he literally goes from 6 to 10 years old. Tall, brown hair, boy, but doesn't know if it's a boy or a girl. Like, he's all over the place with this timeline with this child. And they're on the road right around the corner from Michael's house where he came up missing from.
3 houses down from Michael, where Michael wandered out of his front door and was last seen by neighbors.
Yeah. And he's trying to give us this timeline of the day. Michael came up missing between 6:40 and 7 o'clock. Depending on what time he got home, the timeline that I put together could possibly put him here at 7, closer to the 7 o'clock hour. And if he got it wrong, and, you know, because he did say he visited for a few hours in Boise, and then he said for a couple, and then another time he said an hour. So that's, 1 to 3 hours. That's a big difference.
Right, exactly.
But he could have been right here when Michael came up missing. And then the
if
whole
he's a suspect, I mean,
houses down.
Yeah. I know. I mean, that's pretty far in the distance.
Yeah, and he says brown hair, short, but then says that he was far away. I wasn't really paying attention. I just watched my surroundings. And 30 seconds, you guys, he knew whether it was a boy or girl. He was standing, he was in the grass, he was on the sidewalk. Didn't know if he had a tricycle or a bicycle, but he was standing, he was on... What? Yeah. You're supposed to be underneath the hood pouring power steering fluid because you were only there for 30 seconds, Stacey.
I mean, 30 seconds. So he, I mean, to me, that literally means I knew I needed power steering fluid. It just brings me back to the question, why didn't you do it in your own driveway? That was just around the corner from here.
This one just blows my mind. This child thing right here just doesn't make sense.
I can't believe he even mentioned it, because it's very incriminating. And he's trying to clear his name.
Brandon mentions it or something. I haven't watched too many of Brandon's videos. He's drinking all the time, and I can't with him sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean.
But yeah, what does anybody think over here? Do we got anything? Squalted. Didn't they have a flyer of Monkey on their fridge? Yes, they did. It was in one of the TikTok videos that they did. Sarah did. And it shows a picture of her standing there during her TikTok video, and Yeah, it's on the refrigerator. And that was after Michael came up missing. Just like Stacey Wondra changed his profile picture to a picture that nobody else was using, and they didn't even know where he got this picture of Michael at. And then I think I heard later on it had something to do with the babysitter or something, but don't quote me on that one because I'm not 100% on that. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you're there for 30 seconds, you're not going to see all of that. Unless you were looking around. But he says that he was just putting in power steering. His back. If he pulled up. Oh, let's put that map back up. Check it out, you guys. If you're there. You're coming out. I'm going to back up some. I knew I left this map up here for a reason. Because. Okay. Let's just say. Let's stop it right here. You're coming out of the neighborhood. At the top left is their house. You're coming out of the neighborhood where the line is coming onto 8th Street. So you're coming out and you're going down 8th Street, taking a left, and you're parking your truck on that corner. Your truck, the front of your truck, is pointed towards Whitney. That means if the hood of the truck is open, and he's under there putting power steering in, his back is turned to where this child is walking around on Arizona 8th Street. How would he have even seen the child putting in power steering fluid?
So, good point.
Oh,
Exactly.
You know what? I wish I knew, because I do work on cars. I wish I knew exactly where that power steering fluid container was on his truck. It was a Sierra GMC, and I can't remember what year he said it was, but most power steering fluid is, up around the driver's steering wheel. So he could have been on the driver's side of the truck, which means he could have had a little bit of a view, but that's just me speculating a little bit.
I don't know anything about cars. under the hood, unfortunately. I'm sad to admit it, but
No. It feels like he's trying to confess without implicating himself. Also, I don't think I've ever had to add power steering fluid to a vehicle in my entire life. It's such a random thing. You know, my dad used to have to put power steering fluid into some of his older vehicles, but he's saying that his power steering fluid was busted because there was some kind of a seal or something that had came off or something. That seal being busted was the reason for the leak. And I guess everything was, leaking out of there. But let's move on here. What do I got on my list now? We have Stacey talking about Sarah and Stacey's arrests. And these come after Michael comes up missing. You'll hear him talk about it.
Arrested for having my gun. Yeah, I mean, she snitched on me for selling my gun. That's what it was. That's why I went to fucking jail. She snitched on me for it. And some of y'all are confused about the time frames that she got arrested when I got arrested. So she was arrested April 13th of 2022, which was the day of our anniversary. Because she held our tenant, Tanner Butler, who was also staying with us at the time, at gunpoint. Threatened him and told him that he had to fucking leave and all this other shit. And he wasn't going to leave. She was going to kill him. The cops got called. Sarah ended up getting arrested that night. I didn't. I was still home. She got charged with assault and battery, attempted concealment of, or attempted destruction of evidence, and possession of a controlled substance. She had hydrocodones in her purse that were in a bag. So she got charged with like 3 charges that night. So she went to jail at Payette County. And then I did not get arrested until a month or
About a month later, so it was less than a month. It was probably 16 days later. They came and hit me. I got a phone call that morning from Fruitland Police Department saying, "Hey, you can, your phones are able to be picked up," because they had confiscated all of our phones. So they were like, "Your phones are good to be picked up. You can come and get them. When can you pick them up?" I was like, "Well, I'm in town all day. I'll pick them up at 9:00 tonight," which was May 6th, 2022. So I went down to the police station in Fruitland, called dispatch because it was 9:00 at night, called dispatch, told them that I was there to pick up my phones. Law enforcement met me outside and then was told to get out of the car and asked to show my ID for verification. It was like a setup, and they arrested me for felon in possession of a firearm. So Sarah had narked on me for having a gun before she got arrested, and then they ran my name in the system, found out that I was a previous felon, and then they're like, you aren't supposed to have a gun. Well, I didn't even have the gun in the presence of the cops. Sarah told them that I went and sold the gun to a gunsmith in New Plymouth, which I did because we needed the money. And so I sold the gun to the gunsmith for $475, and came back home. That was April 12th that I sold it, 2022. So the next day, Sarah gets arrested, tells on me for selling the gun to the gunsmith. The same day, she assaulted Tanner, and she gets arrested. I get arrested on May 6th, which was a Friday, at like 9:30 or 10:00 at night.
I think it is hilarious that he's so mad that he's in trouble for having a gun when he's a felon and shouldn't have a gun.
When he knows he shouldn't.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
Yeah. And to me, this just shows, honestly, like, I mean, I don't want to judge anybody, but come on, has any of our members or viewers held a gun to their roommate and told them they would kill them if they didn't leave their house? Like, I'm sorry, but is that a little unstable, or is that just me? Come on.
Yeah. No, Tabitha, it wasn't a Toyota Tundra. It was a Sierra, a GMC Sierra, but I don't know what year it was, so I don't know where it's at. Hi, baby. She had eye surgery. This is my daughter. She's doing really good. She's doing really, really good. She got a gas bubble in her eye, though, from her surgery that she'll have to have for 5 months, and she can't sleep on her back at all with the gas bubble in her eye. It's really weird. Yeah. She got stitches in her eyeball and everything. Like, I did not even know it was going to go that far. Sorry for telling your business, girl.
Oh my gosh, we are sending you healing prayers. That's intense.
Yeah, and he mentions that she's got hydrocodones in a baggie, and the reason for that, the rest of that clip was because they got wet in the bottle. And so she had to put them in a baggie to dry. I just wanted to clarify that in case, I got picked on for it later. What about taking the gun to her roommate's head, you guys? She goes to jail for this.
Yeah, that's so crazy and intense. And she's still a suspect in the disappearance too. So, and she's still in custody for this.
Yeah.
She's doing her time right now in prison.
She can't even talk to the parole board for another 2026 is when she can talk to the parole board. So she's in prison for a minute. And even though she was arrested for not reporting the death of Michael, and that was dropped, they can still charge you with that again later down the road, just to clarify.
It makes me wonder, I'm not sure if you have a video that talks more, or if we've gone super into detail about how Stacey himself said that the reason that they dug up the backyard is because he gave them a false tip. But what kind of false tip, quote unquote, did he or somebody give Sarah, or what was said? Why did they actually arrest her versus him if he's the one who gave the tip? I just am
Right.
so
I cannot wait
intrigued.
to talk about the tip. We have like a couple more videos and then we're going to get to the tip part. I wanted
Okay,
to save
cool.
that for like the middle of the live because I wanted to make sure that everybody had this timeline. The timeline of when he came up missing, the arrest that came after that, and then the dig, then, everything else. Because he also, they all end up having to do polygraphs, and he talks about that too. So I just wanted to create timelines throughout that year, almost year and a half, of everything leading up to his tip. Yeah, and then he talks about being set up, like he was set up by police, and that Sarah narked on him. And he's a felon and he shouldn't have a gun, and he's out selling guns. Not only should he not have guns, he's out selling guns. Susie's saying hi, Tabitha. That's our other admin. She uses her husband's YouTube for whatever reason she can't get on her YouTube. And yeah, he was saying that it was May 6th and that she was arrested in April of 2022. So let me put this up. We got a couple more clips because we're going over Sarah a little bit right now. We're getting to know Sarah. And she's literally in prison right now for holding a gun to somebody's head, telling them, if you don't get out, I'm going to kill you. That is Sarah. The same Sarah that's on TikTok, talking about God and being religious and trying to portray herself as this loving, godly, person. But on the inside, it almost is like she's a little bit sideways. She's a little bit evil on the inside. She's angry.
After this all went down, and I noticed that she was posting a lot of God videos. She was everything that she was. I don't know. I don't. She was just, her whole demeanor changed. Everything was off about her after this, and I didn't really thinking about it. Like, I thought she was just, this is something, a new phase or something. Like, but I don't know. I didn't realize what she was doing until after I got arrested. That she was she became dramatic. There was Sarah was the most deceitful, I don't know how else to put it, lying bitch that I've ever been with in my life. She destroyed me as a person. I just know Sarah was very deceitful, very dishonest, very disloyal, untrusting, violent. Sarah was very aggressive and abusive towards me. She held me down on the couch when I was laying down on my stomach. She held me down on the couch with a butcher knife to my throat. Also, a time where she held me at gunpoint with a loaded 12-gauge shotgun with a slug in the chamber. She was not a kosher person. She was a fake. And I told my mom so many times. I was like, Mom, like, I'm not comfortable being married to her anymore. And there was times where she was like, what do you need? I said, I just need out. So I mean, and then I would leave, and then something about Sarah would bring me back. It's out of stupidity. Nothing really. She never started acting differently until after this all happened. Just her all her TikTok videos.
and Carson saying that she was standing outside saying, "God, take me, it's my time." Just acting crazy.
Those are some bold accusations.
Yeah, and Carson is their next door neighbor. That says that she's out there screaming. I mean, but she's like, the Most High God told me that Stacey did it, that Stacey put, Michael in the backyard, and he's saying that, none of this God stuff started until after Michael. But from earlier in the live when we were watching clips, they didn't have a TV because it was what she
Yeah.
say
Going through
satanic.
episodes, and it wasn't in. He even referenced that it doesn't say anything in the Bible about not watching TV. Yeah, and you're right. That was obviously before Michael disappeared. So good point.
Yeah, and he, talks about it in a few clips about how he's not, too much of a godly person or whatever. But if you look on his Facebook, you can see like the night before Michael comes up missing, Sarah went to the hospital, and he's like, please, say some prayers. And in the comment section, he's talking about God will be good, and God da da da, and God in comments. And it goes back, even a couple months before that. And then again on their trip to Texas, in the comment section when he ends up in the hospital. And I was going to throw a clip together about Texas because I know a lot of people want to talk about the Texas trip that they took. And I didn't add that on there. He didn't really say too much except for the fact that they were going down the freeway in Texas. There was a crash, a fatal crash that killed somebody. And that's why there was a detour that took him on the dirt road. He said that he, didn't know why she was so dramatic in the TikTok about being stuck in the mud on that dirt road. A tow truck driver came, got them out. They didn't have to pay for it. Stacey went to the hospital while they were gone on that trip. He ends up leaving the hospital, signing forms to get out, even though they didn't want to let him out. They wanted to continue doing treatment. He was having a hard time breathing. He had passed out while they were gone. They talked, because of elevation. They also had, I saw this in Facebook post, said something about like his legs were swollen and stuff. When you're a big guy like that and you're in a car from Idaho down to Texas, your legs are going to swell. My legs swell just going from here to Seattle, Washington, where my daughter lives. So that's, that can happen, and it can actually cause blood clots. But he says that the reason why he signed himself out of the hospital and signed that release form, even though they didn't want to release him, was because he couldn't afford the medication that they wanted him to buy for himself, which to me didn't make sense. Because he also says in his interviews that he got paid $900, $1,400 altogether, but they were paid $900 up front before they left. So why didn't he have the money to pay for medicine? Anyway, sorry I got on a little sidetrack about going down to Texas, but this video with him being attacked and her being violent and attacking him with a knife and a loaded shotgun is just, he's a big guy.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't want to discount it because she has obviously a history of it, but again, it's just crazy. The whole situation is crazy.
Yeah, for real. I mean, he's like, her demeanor changed. Was this a new phase? Was it just her being dramatic? She didn't get godlike until after Michael. But then he's saying that she was weird about the TV for months and months before that. They'd have a TV for a few months and then they wouldn't for a few months. So that right there, to me is 4 to 6 months. If you're saying few months a couple of times. We're going to go into the sex that Sarah was having with Brandon and with Adrian. It was brought up several times. You know, I kept asking myself, why is this even relevant? Why are we talking about Sarah's sex life? The only thing I could come out of it was that they're having sex that could make these people closer to one another, so they could want to hide things for each other or not throw somebody under the bus. Was Sarah in love with Brandon or with Adrian, or were either one of them in love with Stacey or Sarah? I mean, and that was really the only conclusion I could come up with was, is this love? Is this just a fling? Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, it definitely is kind of awkward, but it is what it is, and it could be a motive. So it's a hot topic in the interview.
So Sarah approached me in the bedroom where we sleep, where our place of, our master bedroom where we sleep. And Sarah had asked me, she goes, I know that you aren't able to have kids because you're infertile, but, Brandon's here, and I'm wondering if we can maybe try with him. And at that point, I was like, I mean, I wasn't comfortable with it 100%, but I was like, you want a kid so bad, then fine. I was like, okay, that's, do what you got to do. She goes, it's only going to be, for a couple days, just, but we have to do it a few times a day. And I'm like, okay. She always told me that she, you have to do it more than one time a day to be able to become pregnant, which didn't make sense with me. And I was like, I know plenty of people that have one night stands and then getting pregnant. So I don't even know how how that even played a part. But I just went along with it, and I was like, okay, so I mean, yeah, you do what you need to do. Well, then 1 week, couple days turned into a week. And at the end of the week, I asked her, I was like, so what are we doing? Like, why are you still, oh, I haven't, I just want to make sure it's, it's going to happen. And then I told her, I was like, look, like, it's got to stop. I said, I'm tired of listening to you guys fuck all the time. I just wasn't kosher with it anymore, and I expressed that to her. I was like, look, I understood a couple days. That was, that's what you wanted. That's fine. But to repeatedly listen to another dude fucking my wife is a whole nother ballgame. I was approached by the detective. I can't remember her name, but she was the female detective with the long black hair. She had informed me that you're welcome, Pat. She had informed me that Sarah and Adrian had been having a sexual relationship, and that was approached to me when I was in jail. So I didn't know anything about that. I thought it was 100%.
Who lets their wife have sex with a dude while you're sitting in the house?
Yep.
Come on. Where are people's couth?
We were talking about this earlier, I think just between you and I, but he even says it right here. He says, if you want a kid so bad, so is she pestering him left and right? I mean, not necessarily that, hey, can we have a kid, because she knows he's infertile, but maybe I wish we could have a baby and stuff like that. And is that a motive of what happened?
I know in other clips and stuff, he was like, he's saying he didn't want a kid at all. but he's saying that now, you know,
right.
to deflect away from that situation. But yeah, I mean, I remember us talking about that, and I mean, wow,
Mm-hmm.
it's just all crazy. What husband, and they've been together for 6 years, 7 years. What husband allows their wife to start having sex in the house multiple times a day, and it doesn't go on for just days, it goes on for weeks, and lets their wife tell them, well, we have to do it a few times a day. We have to
I
do it a
know.
lot, in order to get pregnant. And then it just goes on and on and on. And as these videos go forth, I want to let everybody know, what I noticed in watching everything, like on the news, he's the nicest guy. He is the nicest guy while he was on the news, on that
Right.
news channel 7 or whatever. And then he does the first one for Brooks, and he's nice. And then the second one, he's kind of not. And then the third one, he literally walks away from the show and like just left the show and hasn't done any more since. And he got really pissy with her because he's just like, what the fuck? You're going over the same questions, Brooke. Like, he's a man and he's talking to a woman like that, a Southern woman like that. Come on. I mean, you're going to see him be more of that uglier person the more we go on, because when he's talking about law enforcement and stuff, he goes crazy. We're going to go over the yard part, and then we're going to go into the false tip.
Just a friendship.
Whoops. Don't want to add that. I want to remove that. Yeah, because the false tip, I mean, I really want to go over false tip. And the live's not even as long as we thought it was going to be. We're only 2 hours and 28 minutes, and I thought this was going to be like 4 hours, because after this, I only have, a few shorter videos and other things to talk about. But
making good time. Good.
Yeah. Let's throw this one up here. What is this? Okay. We did so many, I can only load 10 of them to the studio, and I had 25 video clips when I was all done. And I was just like, how am I going to do this? So we're jumping into my computer and loading things up from there.
When did authorities tell you they were digging up your former backyard?
It was like they came and questioned me like during the search, or during the dig up. They had asked me some questions and I couldn't give them anything. I was like, I don't have any information to give you. But it was during the time they were digging.
Did law enforcement ever ask you where Michael is buried?
Yeah, and I told them I don't have any idea. They asked me about our backyard, and I said that's not even possible. There's no trench marks. There's no dig marks. There's absolutely no. There's nothing. There's not even. I mean, there's nothing at all in our backyard. Even by the shed that people are questioning about, that shed was there on our property since we moved there. That house belonged to Sarah's mom and dad. It makes no fucking sense. Again, where I want law enforcement to sit there and show everybody. I want them to show pictures of the grass. I want them to show the evidence, the grounds penetrating surveillance. I want them to show where they see that there was a hole dug. Because I know for a fact that if you're going to dig a hole on a property, on some even grass of any sort, anything, it could be anywhere, you're going to leave a dirt trail. It's common sense. You're not gonna just dig a hole and have absolutely no residue from it. No remaining dirt left on the ground. So the cadaver dogs they didn't hit at the front door. The cadaver dogs, from what I'm being told and what I understand, the cadaver dogs had hit around the general premises of the neighborhood, like the property. Just because a cadaver dog, like my experience, with and knowledge with law enforcement, like just because a cadaver dog hits on a certain on how do I word it? I don't have an answer for that, I guess. I don't know. All I know is that I'm being told that the cadaver dogs hit around the property, but not on the property.
Cadaver dogs are trained specifically to trail scents, to follow trails. That's why they call them scent dogs or cadaver dogs, because they're trained in multiple aspects of police training. You got scent dogs for drug dogs. They got different levels of scent training. Human scents, drug scents, animal scents. They're all going to have different levels of training. But dogs can mislead. Their scent can be off, and it's a common thing for their scents to be off. But it's not spotted when the dogs are onto something. They're onto something. It's like hound dogs. They're gonna trail it until they find it.
When dogs are onto something, they're onto something. He definitely got that right.
Yep.
I love how he tries to make it look like these cadaver dogs are ignorant, and then he goes right into being the professional cadaver dog guy.
And also cadaver dogs hit at Brandon's house too. I know we're talking about Stacey, but just FYI. So they were hitting all over these people's houses.
Well, wasn't it Brandon's mom's house that they?
Oh, yes, sorry.
That they got a scent on or something?
Yes, that's what I meant. Brandon's mom's house where they stopped that night to do laundry.
And I mean, and wind change and stuff like that can cause scent to move around and everything else. But come on, you guys. Okay,
Yep.
my garden, for instance, when I go to get dirt for my garden, I buy 2 to 3 yards worth of dirt. That is 3 truckfuls of dirt in my husband's truck. They removed 200 yards of dirt. They sifted through the dirt. Cadaver dogs went onto the property, and all of them, multiple dogs, all hit on a deceased scent, a death scent. However way you want to put that, those dogs smelled something. And then what was it? I always have a problem saying that word, amenities. What was the other evidence? It's something else that was in the dirt that also told them it was another piece of evidence.
I don't know.
It's not amenities, ammonities. God, I can't remember the name of it. But it's basically, human, pretty much, evidence. So they know he was there. The police officer has said they know he was there in the backyard, but he was moved.
Right.
Oh my gosh, they have to do it many times. Oh, I already put that up. Sorry, I thought she was talking about this. Sorry.
Yeah, when they sift through that, they can tell if a human has been buried or if that's why they sift through it piece by piece. They're not only looking for actual remains. They also can sift through and scientifically prove by looking at the composition of the dirt and seeing if there's like, you know, like human decomposition in the dirt. So
well, bodies drain, you know, different kinds of fluids as they're,
yeah,
you know, and I'm sorry, Brandi, if you're listening. That's all I
I
gotta say
know.
about that. Like,
It's
it's
really
so
hard to
hard.
talk about and to think about. It really is heartbreaking, and that's it really makes me sick to my stomach again that there are 4 suspects that the police have reason to believe know what happened to this little boy, and none of them have it in their heart to do anything or say anything, the truth, you know, and put an end to this.
Yeah. And he wants law enforcement to show him proof. They've already went over and said what they have as evidence. He'll see the proof when he gets his indictment that's coming soon.
Yeah.
That indictment's coming for him. It's coming for Sarah. It's coming for Adrian and Brandon. You know,
Just
it's
a matter of
coming.
time. Yep.
You know, and then he wants to talk about, you know, when you dig, da 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 da. There's always a dirt trail. Da, da. There ain't no dirt trail over a year later. There's no
Right.
dirt trail over a year later. You know, things grow over. You dig, and then I know, for instance, in my backyard, they have to come and they have to do the septic tank in the backyard, and they have to do that about every 2 years. And when they do, they mess up the whole corner of my yard is all dirt. And when they're done, I have grass in about 3 or 4 weeks. So, yeah,
Yeah,
a
doesn't
year or
take too
so
long.
later, it doesn't take that long for shit to start growing back. Ooh, see, I'm getting an attitude. Because we're getting on to this tip, you guys. We are finally there. We will backtrack a little bit after the tip. I have 2 tip videos. We'll talk about each one of them after they're over. Yeah, false tip. And Eve got that information. Good job. Let's see. I tried to add my videos earlier. I was going to do it while other videos were playing, but that's when you guys started seeing all those weird videos popping up, and then the map popped up and then everything. And I was like, oop, can't do it while the video is playing because it wants to automatically add the
I see.
video to. So I can't do it in the midst of everything. It wants to go straight to the, the TV or the computer screen where you guys can see it.
Technology.
Thing that you've told the police that isn't quite true.
Not at all.
You haven't lied to the police at all just because you were nervous or scared.
Not one bit. They questioned me in November of 2022. Interrogated the fuck out of me.
How long did they interrogate you for?
I think they did it multiple days. It was like 3 days, but it was probably 2, 3, 4 hours at a time. I think the longest one went like 5 hours.
Was this before or after the excavation? Or I would assume before, because that you're the one that tipped them off to get it all started, right?
And as far as the excavation process, I was the one that tipped them off. It was a fable. It was not true. But I told them specifically that he was buried in the backyard, which he was never buried. And I know this is going to sound incredibly stupid to you guys, but this is what I told law enforcement because I was so incredibly in an excessive amount of stress and overpressured that I literally just, I was at, I didn't know what to do. They kept telling me that, oh yeah, you're guilty. You're the one. You did this. You know everything. No, I don't. And I told them that 100 times.
So you felt the pressure and you just cracked and said, you know what? That's where he's at. He's in the backyard. Why don't you go?
Made it up 100%.
Wow. So do you feel like that's a false
I knew he wasn't there. I knew he wasn't. I knew he wasn't going to be there. But I said it because apparently they were big and bad and thought they knew everything. So
right.
I wanted to give them a little taste of their own medicine. And they didn't find shit. There's nothing to show. Was
this right before the excavation, like that week prior?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Did you specifically just blame it on everybody? Like, here, they did it. Go check it. Or did you just say he was back there?
I didn't blame him. I just said he was back there. I didn't blame any name.
Do you have any feelings about giving that false tip to police in regards to the parents of Michael Vaughan? Because I'm sure that was a very stressful day for them.
I regret it 100%. But I was also tired of being interrogated and pressured and putting on the spot like I knew something, and I kept telling him a million times, I don't know anything.
Did anybody contact you?
No, I choose not to stay. I stay away from that life. I want nothing to do with it. I want nothing to do with them. I want nothing to do with anybody that wants to shit talk me. And for the record, while I'm on here, I just want to tell you all that whoever thinks this is a laughing matter, you really need to straighten the fuck up. This is a boy's life that's at stake. And I need y'all to realize, like, you need to put yourself in that little boy's and that family's shoes. Because if that was your fucking kid that went missing, I guarantee it wouldn't be a laughing matter. So please keep the laughing matters out of it. This is not a joking matter. I want to point out too, for all of y'all who think it's also funny that I give a false tip, you know, do you really think I'd still be out? I would still be doing my thing if that false tip that I gave that y'all think is funny apparently was true? I mean, come on. Y'all really need to grow up. For real. If you guys want to go on drama, go on fucking Facebook.
Oh my God, no
That's
kidding.
where y'all belong. Don't hate the player, hate the game, motherfuckers.
Your lawyer had spoken to, or legal representation, if you will, spoke to Payette County Prosecutor's Office. What was the latest that you've heard of their interactions between the two?
Apparently the prosecutor thought it was hilarious that I was doing my interviews. I really don't give a fuck, you know?
So they
want to fucking, they're going to do what they want to do. I don't give a fuck. You know?
Wow.
I know,
right.
I know where my whereabouts were. I know what's true. I know that I didn't have a part of it, and that's all that needs to be said.
Wow.
You really see that attitude in this, don't you? He did not like people hitting that laughing button during that live, because I was actually on that live while it was live. And yeah, he was getting pissed off about it. He did not like it. That shows his ego. You can see his attitude here. Yeah. Don't hate the player, hate the game, mother effers.
So random to say. And,
Yeah.
you know, again, with the false tip, it's just crazy. You can't tell me that the police just were like, okay, well, then you know he's in the backyard, but you don't know what happened to him. All right, Mary, about your day, you know? Like, also, I don't know if you have another video about this, so I'm sorry if
Yeah,
I'm
I do.
spoiling something. Oh, you have more?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will not go into it then. I'll wait till later.
Yeah, and in this one, you know, he says that they had to see and listen, or I was thinking to myself that, you know, Brandi Vaughan and her family and Tyler, or Brandi and Tyler Vaughan, they're at home. They can hear these tractors, hear these dumpsters, see these vehicles going up and down 8th Avenue. Like I told you guys and pointed out to you earlier, one way in, one way out of this neighborhood. These trucks had to come through. They're literally a quarter of a mile away from each other, 2 minutes away. And there, you know, there's this tip, this plausible tip, good tip comes in. Police think something's going to go down. Sure, they warn that family, and she's just waiting there. They're waiting there, I should say. You know, we say she a lot because she's in the news and everything a lot more than Tyler. Tyler can't handle it all because he feels so guilty for what happened, because this all happened on his watch. And we get that, Tyler. We totally get that. But yeah, those teenagers there at the house were getting phone calls from their friends asking questions about that dig. And yeah, could you imagine having to explain that to a 2-year-old? They're looking for your brother in a yard in the dirt.
Yeah, right.
Come on. It's so gross and disgusting that he would give a false tip, like Tabitha is saying. It's a serious matter, says the one who supposedly lied about a tip. And he says like the most narcissistic things, like let's see. Well, he says that he's stressed and he's overpressured. He made it up. He's acting big and bad. He wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah.
But he never mentions that he was scared. And most people confess during a confession when they're scared.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense. How did he walk out of there a free man? I wonder that. That is so crazy, because if he did tell the police that, they would have had reason to suspect him, I'm sure. They were already hounding him like crazy, and then he goes and says, yeah, okay, he's in the backyard.
Yeah, and the day they go to dig, they arrest Sarah for not reporting a body, where she says that the high God told her that Stacey did it, that Stacey buried Michael in the backyard. So he's giving a tip that he's in the backyard, and she's saying
pointing
that
finger at him. Yeah.
Fingers at him.
Like, what in the heck?
She even said next to the shed, and he mentions the shed all the time. He wants to talk about the shed. The shed being mentioned all the time, it's like pointing a finger towards him to me. Because, guilt just does certain things to people. You
really does,
try to hide from the truth by mentioning it, or just it's constantly in your head, so you're mentioning it. Let's play this other part too real quick. I'll pull it up. Yeah, like I was saying, the ugliness that he has, this person that he shows, is not the same person in the rest of the videos that I've already shown. And these are bad, but they're still not as bad as some of the ones that he talks. And the way he talks, when he's talking about law enforcement, the polygraph test, and him wanting to sue the police, which we will get after this next clip.
You heard anything that you could speak on regarding a grand jury hearing or meeting?
Oh, I heard I knew that they had one in August, and I knew that they had one in December.
How do you know that, though?
I was told by my lawyer, who told me they had one in August, and then the one that was held in December, I heard from third party. So I can't verify the December one, but the third party said that they had a friend that was on the grand jury, or that went to that trial. But people say shit all the time. So
that is true.
I don't really give a fuck what to believe, honestly. Like, what it really comes down to is, they either have something or they don't. And if they think they have something, then they really need to show what they have, because I'm tired of being led on. I'm tired of being put between a rock and a hard ship. I shouldn't have to deal with this. I shouldn't have to be going through what I'm going through. It's a bunch of bullshit.
If they're saying that they've tried to press charges, did they ever say it was against you, or did your lawyer just say they went to the grand jury and didn't give specifics? Okay.
They won't release specifics.
What did the police do about your false reporting? Did they just say, or how did they respond when you told them it wasn't true?
I didn't tell them it wasn't true. I knew they were going to find out it wasn't true. I knew it wasn't true. I let them find out on their own. They haven't talked to me since. So I think it done and pissed them off because they lost.
Wow. Hold on. So they never came back and said,
Nope.
Didn't find him, but you will tell, like, they never interrogated you? again?
Not at all. They haven't spoken to me since that night. Nope.
And your lawyer is stating that prosecutors said you were cleared at one point, or they're no longer looking into you? And when was that?
No, that was a misinterpretation. My lawyer, so I misunderstood what my lawyer said. It wasn't, he didn't say that I was no longer a suspect. He said he couldn't confirm or deny it. It was literally just questions, asking me, where I was, what I did, what I did that day, why I was at the splash pad, that's literally the questions they asked me, and then, tried making up a bunch of shit. Apparently saying that, we have this against you and all this other shit, but I don't, they never directly talk to me about anything. I mean, they didn't bring in really any points, They just said things, didn't seem accurate. So, but of course, detectives are going to say that because, that's what their tactics are, their tricks. And, I'm not stupid. I've been around the block a time or two. I know what it's like in law enforcement. Like, my dad was an ex-jailer, he knows law enforcement, I'm very familiar about detective tactics. I'm not stupid, but I can tell you I know a lot, probably more than what some people should know.
What makes you believable that you did that and that it is an actual false?
Honestly, people, like I said, I don't care what people think. I care getting my point of view out there on my perspective, what I know happened. I know that it was a false tip because if they really had something, they would have found him. They would have brought him out of the ground. They said they were not able to find his remains in the video after the search. So I mean, I don't really have much to say to people. People are gonna hate, people are gonna love. Y'all can show some support. I don't care. Honestly, I like support. I like the emotional support. I like encouragement. But people are gonna have their negative side of things, and that's them. I don't care.
I'm just blown away by him and his egotistical attitude, his narcissistic attitude. By the way, Kaylee, you're muted in case you don't know.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. He goes from some of the interviews saying, "Oh, I cry every day for this boy," to now saying, "I don't care what anybody thinks. I know the truth." And then also admitting that he never even told police that he was lying. He never even told police he was lying. He just
Yeah, they just let this family believe all of this stuff. I don't know.
My goodness.
I don't know. And then he says that, his lawyer told him that the grand jury convened in August, even though the news confirmed that they didn't, that a friend told him that his friend was there at the trial at the grand jury, when we know that's not open to the public. People can't come in.
Yep. And also, they just submitted 4 charges, I think, in August or September. So he probably was just confused when his attorney.
Isn't that when they sent over all of the information to the DA, was in August?
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean, to the DA. So he probably was, probably got an update from his lawyer, and his lawyer mentioned grand jury, and he's over here saying, "Oh yeah, my attorney told me they convened in August." But no, that was like when they were just getting ready to submit the file to the DA to seek an indictment from the grand jury.
Yeah. And he's saying that he gave the false tip because he got sick of it, and he shouldn't be going through what I'm going through. I shouldn't be going through what I'm going through. What he's going through, why does he want all of us to feel sorry for him? Because he's praying and crying and he's going through stuff. But then he turns around and gives a false tip
Right.
when the family lives around the corner and they got to live with that. You know, they were digging in that yard for a really long time. I mean, wasn't it weeks? It was like over 2 weeks, I know. That Brandi and that family had to deal with them digging 4 feet down in the front and backyard, taking 200 yards of dirt to sift through for their child's body. And he's worried about what he's going through.
Yeah.
You know,
When he's
to
the
me,
one who told him that he was there.
yeah. And he wants to talk about, I knew they weren't going to find him. He wasn't there. Yeah, you knew he wasn't there because you had something to do with his disappearance, and you knew that Michael's body had already been moved.
Right.
That's what I get out of that.
You know, I think it's he's changing his story right here. You did show it in the clips. At first he said that he gave the false confession under pressure after being interrogated for a long time, and we didn't know what to tell them. But then he's also now saying that I know their tricks. I know everything I know how detectives work and their tricks and blah, blah, blah. Then why are you pressured into giving a false tip? Just.
Yeah.
And you care so much about this kid that you cry every night, yet you want to stick it to the police officers and give them a false tip. You make no sense. Things are not adding up, Stacey.
No, it's not. And it's really super sad. All I can think about, seriously, while I hear about this false tip is if, and it's a big if, okay, that it is a false tip, which I do not believe. That is not my opinion because they seem to have evidence and proof. There's cadaver dogs hitting on a scent. I know Brandi still wants to believe that her child's alive, and Tyler wants to believe that their child's alive. And I get that, and that's part of the process when you're dealing with this kind of situation because it's so shocking. But I can't even remember where I'm going. I'm aggravated and I'm really mad that they would have to deal with everything that they dealt with for weeks because he decided that his ego and narcissism is more important than that family that's already suffering to turn in a false tip is my point. So Stacey, if it really is a false tip, you suck. You suck.
I don't understand. And then again, to not even tell the police that or anything, like he just admitted to that YouTuber that,
Yeah.
how I knew that they would find out is because they wouldn't find him in the backyard. Okay, that is the weakest explanation I've ever heard.
So I'm wondering, this is something I've been wondering. Did law enforcement find out that this was a false tip when we all found out that this was a false tip? Do they even know? Because he's saying, I haven't talked to them. Does law enforcement know that he's saying that this is a false tip? I'm just curious.
I wonder. I don't know.
Like, Brandi, if you know the answer to that question, maybe bring that to light if you want. We're not all stupid. Like he wants to say, I'm not stupid. Well, guess what, Stacey? We're not stupid either, and we're not falling for your shit. Okay?
Right.
False tip. Come on. All people are, not guilty until proven so.
Yes.
I do understand that, but I'm going to get a little bit heated because it's so disgusting.
Yeah. When there's a missing child involved, it just is a little different.
Yeah.
I don't understand how he walked out of there a free person that day after giving them that information. And obviously Sarah somehow corroborated it because she ended up being arrested. So it's all, I'm just so
Well,
confused.
she
And
corroborated it by saying that, you know, the
it,
high God told her that Stacey did it, and she was basically admitting that she knew about the death of Michael, and that's why she was arrested for not reporting it, which I don't even understand
how,
why
but
they dropped that. I
well, how
mean,
did she get arrested and not the person that caused the death, I guess, you know? I don't know. Or
well, I
why
think when this
wouldn't
happened,
he
he was
know?
already in jail.
Oh, I see. And maybe they
Yeah,
just didn't bring
when
charges to
they
him.
Yeah, when they went to do the dig, he was already in jail for charges unrelated to Michael for, that gun that he had and everything
Yeah.
else, because prior to this dig was, the charges that she also went to jail for, holding the gun up to the roommate's head. He went to jail for having a gun in the house because he's a felon in the gun, selling of the gun and everything else because Sarah narked on him. So that's what was going on. And that's kind of why I decided to do this timeline this way, to just kind of show people this is how it went, you know?
Mhm.
And now we're going to talk about Stacey pointing fingers. He literally just starts throwing people under the bus, you know,
He sure does.
after
Quite a bit.
he gets mad at her for throwing him under the bus. He starts throwing people under the bus. And also after he mentioned dozens of times in all of these clips and interviews, that he doesn't think Sarah Brandon would ever do that. Brandon's got a little girl. Da 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 da. You'll see. It's
Do you have any theory on what happened to Michael?
No. I guess a theory, like hypothetically speaking, is that what you're asking? I don't know. I think it's possible that Brandon or Adrian or Sarah could have had something to do with it. Is like I said, as much as they're deceitful and dishonest and liars, I think it's possible. But I don't. Again, I don't want to speak on something that I don't know an honest truth about.
Oh no, it's just theory.
Yeah, no, anything's possible. I mean, it's anything's possible. But what would Brandon have to lie about? Probably everything. I think that he's trying to perhaps make a cover up for his fuck up, and I think he's just being deceitful about everything. I think he's trying to. I think he knows that he's probably maybe guilty. But I don't know.
Wondering if Brandon and Sarah were planning on taking a child for their own.
I don't think, to be honest, I don't think Brandon would have had anything to do with it, considering Brandon already has a kid of his own. He has a little girl. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. He's already lied about 90% of the shit that he's been on videos with. So, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him or Sarah. I mean, at this rate, they're very deceitful and very dishonest and untrusting. I can't trust them with a 10-foot pole. So anything could have happened with them and their thought process.
You're muted again, girlfriend. Yeah, hypothetically speaking, I can talk about it and I can accuse them and I can point fingers as long as I'm hypothetically speaking. I love that. When you're a true crimer, like you, let's hypothetically think about it. Yeah, but I don't want to speak about things that I don't know about. I don't want to, and then throw them under the bus.
Yeah.
He literally throws them under the bus and then finishes that sentence. But I don't want to say anything about anybody if it's not true, kind of a thing. You know what I mean? I'm just like, oh my God. He wants to point the finger so bad. So bad. But you know what? That's where Stacey gets scared, I think. That's
I
where
was
he
about to
really
say the
gets
same
scared.
thing. I was about to say the same thing, that once he starts really pointing the finger at the others, what are they going to say, you know, about him? But also, I mean, if they're all involved, then this just is really crappy that none of them are pointing that finger at the other. I mean, like, who cares? A little
Well, the more
kid is involved here, so
yeah, and the more he talks about and points the finger, the more law enforcement's going to come at him and say, hey, you know, you're throwing them under the bus. What do you know? That's when the questioning is going to get hard. Brandi Neal just came here. We got Monkey's mom. And Brandon
hello.
said the same about you. That's right, Stacey. How are you, Brandi? How are you holding up?
Yeah, through all these interviews and everything, I know that's probably just, yeah, I can only imagine the emotions.
We were going to try to reach out to you and let you know that we were doing a live. I know Kaylee has tried to get a hold of you in Messenger. We didn't know if you were getting our messages. We wanted to ask a couple questions like before this live and before in the past, because, you know, our platform is here for you anytime you need it. Just an FYI. And if you ever want to come on panel and tell us what you think about him talking on all these channels, we'd love to hear from you. Brandi says, thank you for sharing Michael's beautiful face and story. You know, what you are doing, the way that you're fighting for your son has drawn me to you so much. It's so hard for me to get through watching any of the interviews, any of the channels that you've gone on to talk, because you've reached out to every single platform you can possibly think. You were out there fighting for your son every single day. And I'm so torn for you. My heart literally aches for you all the time. I'm getting emotional because you're here. Woo! Let's see what else she has to say. It's been rough cooking a lot and snowed in with the kiddos. Ooh, girl, we got you there too. Pacific Northwest, these people, if it's snow and ice, act like they don't know what to do. My husband's been off all week long because of the ice storm that hit here.
Yeah. It has been a tough week for many, and you know, cooking is a good way to comfort food is comfort food for a reason, right? That's where it got its name.
Yeah, I can't believe the way he just goes and goes and goes and talks about himself and talks about his feelings when, you know, everything that he's been saying and doing lately is just bringing so much more harm to your family, Brandi. It's heartbreaking. I pinky promise I will never give up. Monkey will come home. We're not going to give up either, Brandi. We're going to keep him on our platform. We've decided that, you know, we want to do what we can do. And we talked about, you know, the fact that when I get onto these other groups and stuff for Michael, you don't see too much pressure being put on these suspects. And I wanted to put a lot of pressure. I know maybe you don't know how much pressure we put on Terry in the Kyron Horman case, but we put a lot. And we want to put pressure on these suspects, you know, because there could be more suspects. Let's talk about that really quick. You've got the information, Kaylee, about the people that Stacey and Sarah decide to hang around. It's just weird.
Yeah. Adrian in particular, let me get that here. He has quite a background on his background report. A lot of arrests, a lot of guilty guilty pleas and things like that. Some of them in particular are less serious, such as failure to keep dogs under reasonable control. He was found guilty of that. And some are more serious, such as criminal damaging or endangering, knowingly causing or creating substantial risk of physical harm. Another one is, let's see here, breaking and entering, assault, inflicting serious injury, robbery, conspiracy, and then of course the one that Stacey somewhat mentions, but kind of in a different aspect, drug trafficking. He was found guilty of drug trafficking. And
And Stacey says in some of his other clips that law enforcement told him that Adrian was also into sex trafficking, but every single creator that's had Stacey on in the last 2 weeks, none of them have been able to prove that in any way, shape, or form. And I spent way too many hours looking, so I stopped.
yeah, I mean, he's never been convicted of that. So if he is, then like, I guess, why would the police tell him that? You know, unless I guess they're trying to leverage that against to get information out of him in some way. But that seems kind of weird that the police would go and say, hey, you know, Adrian's a sex trafficker when we are trying to get information out of you. I don't know, just weird. And his background is drug trafficking.
And before you go on to the other people that I know you're going to talk about, because Stacey is lying, Brandi says. In her opinion,
I agree.
She thinks Stacey's
I mean,
lying.
I
do too.
got that sense as well. I mean, obviously, we've just spent the last 3 hours talking about all these contradictions and, in my opinion, lies. So yeah, it's hard for me to believe almost anything that comes out of his mouth. So again, it's either a deflection, trying to point the finger away from him, or a misunderstanding that he was found guilty of drug trafficking and he's just hearing trafficking and now just throwing sex trafficking against the wall and seeing if it sticks. But that's still untruthful, you know?
Right. And before you go on for the other suspects, I do have a clip where Stacey talks about his next door neighbors. I want to throw that up real quick.
Okay.
What is the name of that one? Okay. I hate that I had to pull up my stuff this way, but it's working.
Found this out through the detective as well, that Carson and his wife also are registered sex offenders. I didn't find that out until after I started getting questioned by the detectives.
So, yeah, he's talking about his next door neighbors. Can you go over those real quick, Leah?
Yeah. His next door neighbors, let me get my info. Sorry.
And Brandi is saying, it's been a rough, long week. Tell me where Michael is. If you're here watching, Stacey, which I know you're watching all these stations, we got a mama here that wants to know where her monkey is. So give it up. You're going to be indicted here soon anyway. You might as well talk, be the first one to talk and tell the whole story. Maybe they'll give you some time off of your prison sentence later on.
Right. Alrighty. So his next door neighbors were Dorothy Starkey and Carson Starkey. And let me see. They were registered sex offenders from 2003, where they were found guilty of sex abuse in the third degree and attempt to use a child to display sexual explicit content. So their sex crimes involved children under the age of 18. I believe it was even, I think it was maybe 16 and under. Is that correct?
That's on this other guy here that they're hanging out with in the car.
Yeah.
His charges were against a child or children under the age of 16. I mean, we're basically just saying, look at their company, you guys. We've got one getting arrested for drugs. Maybe Adrian, sex trafficking, drug trafficking. Then you've got, what's this guy's name again?
The neighbor or the one in the car, Caesar?
Yeah, Caesar. That was his name.
Yeah, Caesar Garudo. And this guy, he has quite a, I mean, just you Google his name and you can find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different mugshots alone.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't believe how quick I was able to put him up. And, we're not saying that these people are other suspects.
No,
except for Adrian.
It's like the company you keep, you just, I mean, you're surrounding yourself by people that might not, they obviously don't have a good track record. Not saying that people don't learn from their mistakes. There are a lot of people that do, but also a lot of their company are people that have records, and these people in particular have records against children, sex crimes against children. So it's yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't want to say guilty by association, but kind of guilty by association. Like, the company you keep, I mean, and Dorothy, I believe, ended up moving in with Stacey and Sarah at one point.
That summer. Yeah. Brandi, is there any way you can confirm that? Is that true? We weren't going to talk about it because I wasn't able to find anything, but apparently Sarah says on a TikTok that the next door neighbor, Dorothy, had moved in with them that summer after Monkey came up missing, is what we heard. She says they all make me ill. It really, the whole thing's ill.
Yeah.
Everything that's been done to you and your family is disgusting. By the way, I have some gifts for you. I went to the beach and I grabbed you a few things, and I would really like to send them to you. So if you want to hit me up in Messenger, I have stuff for you and I have stuff for the kids. They're really cool. Hit me up in Messenger so I can get your address and send them to you. Been thinking about you a lot, and I was really thinking about you that day. Yeah, Susie's saying these people are really sick. My daughter, it doesn't paint a good picture. It sure doesn't. It does not paint a good picture that they're hanging around, with registered sex offenders. And this was in Yamhill, Oregon, I believe. And then they had to register when they moved to Idaho. What else do I got here? I want to go over this polygraph and lawsuit thing that Stacey talks about. It's kind of a longer video, but this is one of the last longer videos, and it's just little things, and then talking about a few things that I have written down here too. Let me pull this up. Let me see. Come on, where are you? Oh, here it is.
polygraphed me right after I got arrested, like on May 19th
Oh,
of 20 or 22.
but was that in connection with Michael or about the gun stuff?
What?
They had questions about Michael in May?
Yeah, it's just exactly all the polygraph was about was Michael.
Wow.
And like I said yesterday, I passed. I was the only one out of Brandon and Sarah and me, or Brandon, Sarah, and me. I was the only person to pass the polygraph test.
How many questions do they ask you?
4 questions, 5 questions. I don't remember exactly what the questions were. I remember one of the questions being, did you have any association with Michael's disappearance? I said no. I think another one was, if you knew something about his disappearance, would you report it? I said absolutely. They asked me stupid questions like, is the light on in the room? What number is on the wall? Just stuff like that to really try to test you. Like, that was sort of a practice question, I guess, but the main questions focused primarily on Michael.
Here, 3 people on May 19th of 2022 got polygraph tests on behalf of Michael Vaughan. That was Sarah, Brandon, and me. Out of the 3 people that got tested, I was the only one to pass the polygraph test.
I know you said you passed the polygraph and they told you that Sarah and Brandon failed theirs. When did they tell you that?
I found out the same day. Because they tried calling my mom and asking her if she thought I would have anything to do with it. She was like, absolutely not. And they told my mom that, Stacey took a polygraph test and he passed, and Sarah and Brandon failed theirs. That was relayed by the detective to my mom. My mom told me. I will tell people this though, that should they ever attempt to charge me for this, they're in over their heads, and they're looking at a very, very, very hefty lawsuit. I just want to let people know that. All the people that are the law enforcement agencies, the FBI, they're all in over their heads right now, especially over something thinking that all. And I can tell you that the only shit that they have right now is hearsay. It's he said this, she said that. The detectives played me a couple of video clips when they interviewed me of with like Sarah's stepmom or Sarah's foster mom, how Sarah's foster mom was like, oh, Sarah told me that Stacey may have had something to do with the kidnapping and the disappearance and the burying of the body. So it's all literally hearsay. There's all the video clips that they played, even my lawyer was like, this is pathetic. He goes, they literally have nothing on you. And they're not going to have anything on me. I was not part of this at all. There was no part of me that was part of that. And I would never be a part of that. I would never associate with that. I would have literally probably, if I would have known that somebody had done that and I had known that person, I would have killed them. I think they should be punished for the rest of their life. I think they should rot in prison. They don't have evidence. Like, I don't know where they think they're going to, but like I said, I've already got my lawyer on standby who's already ready, like, for if anything happens. I'm prepared. Like, they're in for a fight if they're going to try to charge me. I can tell you that. Like, I'm going to take it straight to the box, and they're going to lose. I'm going to make them look like a bunch of bitches, to be honest. They're in for a nice little treat. They don't got shit on me. I can tell everybody that. They have nothing on me. And what little shit they think they have on me is not sufficient evidence. And even if they do, they said that they
apparently have, evidence of him being in the house. Well, I'm pretty sure that kid's never been in a house a day in his life. So I don't know where they even come up with that. But should they ever charge me, they're in for a very, 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 very angry person and a very long, huge lawsuit. Angry isn't like angry for that they're fucking charging me over something they have no reason to charge me. They have no valuable evidence. Not angry isn't like I'm gonna hurt somebody. Angry, just angry isn't like it's bullshit. They're trying to fucking charge me regardless.
They still consider you a suspect?
I don't know. As far as I was told, or as far as I heard, that I was not considered a person of interest to them anymore.
When did they tell you that?
My lawyer told me that.
Do you have a good lawyer?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he would like to have some free advertising. What's his name?
Tom Monahan.
Where's he out of?
Boise.
Is he your public defender, or is it for?
No, so he was my federal attorney, and he agreed that he would take any future cases that have to do with this pro bono, because he knows that I'm innocent. He knows that I would not do something like this, which is why he's willing to be on standby, because he knows that we're going to win it in trial if we ever go. If they tried to charge me for this, even though Tom has been told, I mean, he's in communication with the former VA's assistant out of, or the PA's assistant out of Fruitland. I mean, they were the ones that relayed the information to him saying that Mr. Wondra is no longer a person of interest.
And so if they do charge you and you go to trial, he said you're going to win it.
Correct. Oh, look, my lawyer's calling me.
What? Oh, put him on.
Not doing that to him. He won't talk to you guys. He will not discuss anything about me. I've already asked him to speak on my behalf. He won't.
You have with her.
Brooks, I got to take this. We're going to have to put this on pause.
Again, just wow.
Yeah, he's in his mouth. Like, he gets so angry, and then when he starts talking about police and stuff, it just gets even worse. But something that Brandi said, that she apologizes. I get angry. I just need answers. I messaged you and let you know you do not ever have to apologize on our panel. You say whatever the hell you want to, girl. You let him know exactly how you feel. As far as I'm concerned, that is your comment section. You say whatever you want. You don't need to apologize to us for anything. We appreciate you coming and being here, talking. Yeah, I think it's just really important, I see you running around on all these lives and stuff, and it's important for you to be doing that. I mean, you're advocating for your son. So yes, please, you don't have to apologize, hun. Yeah, he says he passed a polygraph, and that Brandon and Sarah didn't. And that police and law enforcement tell his mom that he passed, when usually that kind of information isn't talked about.
Right. It's interesting. And also, I think it reminds me a lot of Jodi Arias whenever she was saying, no jury will ever convict me, when he's over here saying, oh, when we go to trial, we'll win it. Like, they've already game planned this out. And, if they bring charges, I'm going to, I'll have a lawsuit against them. It just so reminds me of that same no jury will convict me attitude. And I hope it comes and bites him in the ass.
Yeah. He just says, they're over their heads. It's just hearsay. They're not going to have anything on him. Again, he mentioned, killing him because you know he talks about killing him. I'd kill him. I'd do this. I'd kill, and yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely a very violent, like, underlying person. But again, in some interviews, in the first couple interviews, he put on a mask, and I feel like was really trying to win over the public perception.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when he was saying, "Oh, I cry all the time and all XYZ and blah blah blah," and then he flipped it to being just his true self, which is just done with it, angry.
In one of those clips, he went to go put on glasses, and I think that's when he went to go on Eve's show. And why were you trying to put glasses on when you were sitting inside? He, to me, in my opinion, everyone, looked like he was on drugs during that entire interview, and he was a very angry person. He's attacking Eve's audience, not just once, multiple times during that live.
Yeah.
Multiple times. Brandi got back about the Starkeys. She says she knows them. The Starkeys were an open door, and ground penetrating radar was done in their yard voluntarily. Oh, well, that's good. So they were cooperating with police.
Good. That's good to
And
hear,
then
at
she
least. Thank
says,
goodness.
how many dogs knew Michael was there? Yeah, earlier we had talked about everything that he had to say about the cadaver dogs. And, you know, at one point he's almost kind of talking like, you know, they don't know much. They don't really, their scent really doesn't work, this and that. And then the next thing you know, it's a total opposite. Dogs know what they're doing. And he acted like he was like a professional cadaver dog guide or something.
Right.
You know, yeah. It was just
strange.
Yeah, it was strange the way he was talking about it and how they were hitting on the side of his property. He didn't really even like talking about them being in that backyard at all. We didn't like talking about them being in the backyard. Ooh, we got more comments. I needed to scroll down. Yeah, we talked earlier about the alleged false tip. We were wondering if law enforcement knows that he is saying that this is a false tip. That was my question. Or was this just something he decided to throw out there? Because I kind of feel like when he's given his false tip and he's talking about they're not going to find him, he's not going to be there. Well, is that because Stacey is involved in this abduction and he already knew? And I'm sorry to say this, Brandi, that Michael had already been moved. Is that why he was so confident to give this so-called false tip? Which I just believe's bullshit, because I went off earlier about it all. Because we know you're right around the corner from there. We know you were having to, you know, watch those trucks go in and out, hear them working over there, and hoping and praying to God that they didn't find your little monkey there in the yard. You know, it's heartbreaking. And I have to go into my pissed off mode, Brandi, because you're here. But let me tell you, it makes me really emotional talking about it. And I don't want to let myself get too emotional because I'll literally start crying. I will. And it's because you're here and you can be here all night long. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, it's just every parent's worst nightmare. So yeah, I totally agree with him. It's just crazy.
Yeah, he is a beautiful little boy. Beautiful little boy. Oh my gosh, those blue eyes. I found a picture of him. It's actually one of my favorite. And you can just see the blue in his eyes. The sun's like shining through. And then I love the one of him in the red shirt holding the frog or the salamander on his finger. I don't know which one it is, but that's like one of my most favorite pictures.
That's sweet.
I have another video clip. You guys may not even like this one, and it's because Well, you're going to like it, but then you're not going to like it. You're not going to like it because Stacey is literally talking about himself and how he's such a wonderful guy. But stay tuned for the end of the clip when I show you Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, because his personality goes from the super nice guy to not being so nice. I called this clip The Real Stacey. Let me find him. Here it is. I'm just warning you guys, if I get too tired of him talking about himself, I might fast forward.
We won't oppose to that.
Okay.
Any of you ever met me as a person or had met me in my childhood, you would see the type of person I am. I've been through a lot of trauma. I've been in and out of group homes in my life. I mentored a lot of people. I mentored people in the group homes. You know, a lot of people with Asperger's, autism, Down syndrome, people with severe MMR, or now it's called neurocognitive disorder. You would see the kind of person I am at heart. You would know who I am. And I'm sorry that you guys have never met that person who I am. But I promise you, if you met me and you took the time to talk to me, you got the chance to know me, you would know my heart. You would know my desire and my fulfillment in life, my passion. And I would never hurt somebody. I can't even, it hurts me to get in a fight with somebody because I know my strength. And I know that if I got in a fight with somebody, I would do a lot of damage. And that's why I can't. I used to fight a lot because I got bullied in school. I also put some people in the hospital, and I regret that to this day. You know, I'm not a fighter. I'm more of a lover than a fighter, more than anything. So I just, you know, would like you guys to know, like, just you guys have questions, you know, reach out to Eve, and you know, if you guys want to get to know me, or you know, really just see who I am at heart, reach out. Don't be scared. You know, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm not gonna fucking fight you. I'm not gonna hate on you. But don't hide around it. Don't hide behind a bush. Don't be a bunch of pathetic pussies. I mean, no offense. But come on, guys, be realistic. Like, be out and open with shit. I'm pouring my heart out for this little boy and getting my story so that people can hear the love that I have for people. You know, I was always raised Christian, and I was always raised to, you know, you name it, molest, anything. Anybody that's willing to get to know me and about the media was being told, but I want to know where you hating just everybody the way I would want to be loved or treated. And I want justice for Michael. I was irritated and very mad. They would be in a very, very, very huge world of hurt. They call me a giant teddy bear. I'm going to make them look like a bunch of bitches. I'm not a violent person. I'm not angry. Should they ever charge me, they're in for a very, 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 very angry person and a very long, huge lawsuit.
There is some questions in the chat that I'd just like to get out of the way. One of those being, how did you feel when you were approached about being involved in Michael's abduction?
Very confused, pretty angry, actually. If I had known that person, I would have killed him.
The way he went on and on and on, I did in fast forward. It just went on and on and on and on. Eve gave him a chance to talk, and all he wanted to talk about himself, his feelings, and everything else.
Yeah.
I just no, nope. Do not feel
Yeah.
sorry for you, buddy. Who I feel sorry for are the parents of Michael, the siblings of Michael, and the rest of Michael's family. I could not imagine his papa and how upset he is. My husband would be devastated if something like this happened to one of our grandbabies. We've got 6 of them. I mean,
Right.
we're a very family oriented very family orientated over here, and just
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
agree. It's hard to imagine, and yeah, I totally know what you mean, and you did a good job showing that in that video. He just went on and on, patting himself on the back, and then again was like telling people to reach out and get to know him and stuff. Like, why? That's so bizarre, such a weird thing, so strange. And then also, he was being an a-hole. He was also totally uninterested unless it was like, talking about himself in that way and making himself look better. You
Yeah.
know, I don't know. It doesn't seem like he was, when he was doing that interview, when that was the interview he said about the false tip. I don't know if that was an accident that slipped out or what, but yeah, he definitely wasn't acting very kind and happy to be answering the question she was answering, telling people again, go watch the other interviews and stuff, which yeah, I agree, but again, there were 12 hours of interviews. Who
Yeah.
has the time to sit there and listen to
I
all
did.
of that? Yeah, we're
I
thankful for
did.
you. We're thankful that you did. And we're
I had
thankful,
to.
yeah.
You already know, girlfriend. I am so invested in this case. I mean, when I went to my daughter's house a couple of weeks ago to do like Christmas part 3 because our whole family's been sick since October. I go up there and I keep my daughter awake until 3:30 in the morning talking to her about Michael Vaughan. And
Mhm.
she's like, "What?" That's why she's here in the live. She hasn't been showing up for my Chiron lives, but the last time I did Chiron, she was like, "Is this gonna be on Chiron or Michael?" Because she has also watched some videos of Brandi interviewing and talking and stuff, and she's like, "Mom, I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you watch that." And I said, "I try to put myself in the shoes of these parents and do what I would try to do if it was my child.
Right.
But on all honesty, I hope I would be able to put my suck it up underwear on because I really feel like I would just literally fall apart. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how you do it, Brandi. She does say that she was out in the snow up to her shins, putting up new flyers and signs for Michael. Stacey, just in case you want to know, this mom is working hard. That whole entire town's going to be blasted with flyers when you get indicted and when you go to court, and hopefully you're arrested for that false tip that you're now
Yeah.
claiming is false. Hopefully law enforcement knows or is finding out about that currently and put your ass in jail for it.
For lying to a police officer,
Blue, my daughter is so damn strong. What's the blue for? Tell me what the blue is. I don't know what you're saying. Did you spell something wrong or am I missing something? My beautiful daughter is so damn strong. Which one? You got your youngest one. She absolutely breaks my heart. Like, that was her best friend. You know, Michael's her best friend. She wants to see him. She wants to play with him. It literally broke my heart. And then I found out you had 2 older kids. And to know that they're older and can understand what's going on
Yeah.
is also very heartbreaking.
Right. Because, yeah, there's nothing you can really say as a parent. You just gotta be there together. So
Blue or snow up to my shins. Oh my God, my feet get so cold even when I'm outside. I can't even imagine that. Well, we're here for you, Brandi. I
And
don't know if you know it, but if you go over to my TikTok, Kyron Horman Case Revisited on TikTok, I've tagged you in some stuff because you got a lot of people praying for you over there. And Michael's flyer, I believe, is over into the 90,000s or more. The TikToks are taking off over there ever since one of Kyron's videos went viral over there. So you're getting a lot of awareness right now for Michael from the TikTok.
And I was just going to say to anybody listening on repeat or live right now, if you come over to our group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited, case studies, is that what it is? Sorry, I never know what it is after
Discussions
that.
and case studies.
Thank you. I can't remember what order it goes, if it's discussions first or case studies first. But if you come on over to our Facebook group, I will be happy to send anybody in the United States flyers for Kyron or Michael Vaughan to hang up in your area. Just so you know, we say it all the time, there's no tip too big or too small. You never know what the police might need, that one final piece of the puzzle they're waiting for. So I will happily donate as many posters as anybody would be willing to hang in their own area for Michael or Kyron.
Yeah, you can get a hold of either of us in Messenger. I can get a hold of Kaylia. We can actually put a post up over there, and if you want any flyers for Michael or for Kyron, just message underneath in the comment section there, and we'll make sure you get them. She's got access to like a big postal size like printer thing, and she's amazing. Thank you so much, Kaylia, for doing that.
Of course.
Oh my gosh, I
My
love it.
pleasure.
I
We've
did
gotten
have the tip line for Michael streaming across the bottom, but for whatever reason, it was slowing down the videos.
that makes sense.
Brandi, I have a question for you because I can't find the answer to this one. If you can answer it, you don't have to. I have heard that dogs' last scent, or the furthest away that the scent for Michael got, was that on 8th and Arizona, or was that 8th in Washington? It's both have been mentioned. So I'm just kind of curious. Brandi does say Blue is my oldest daughter. She's 17. Monkey's big sister. Buggy is 4. Monkey's baby sister. And you got nicknames for all your kids. I love it because I got nicknames for all my grandbabies. And what do you call your son? Thank you. I'm horrible at TikTok. Blue taught me. You know what? I was horrible too. Nothing I was doing over there was doing a damn thing. Kaylia just kept telling me to stick to it, stick to it. Something will happen. I kept going over there, posting videos, and then one of Kyron's hit 1.3 mil. And then the whole TikTok started going off. Your videos for Monkey included. And I was just like, woohoo. So we've been really happy about it. I have slacked so much this week, though, on my TikTok because of all of this. Like, I spent 35 hours going through these clips. And I have a feeling, as narcissistic as Stacey is, he's going to be going into more YouTube channels and talking more. And I have a feeling I'm going to be having to do these clips. And the funny thing, or the good thing about all of this is all of this has been downloaded into my computer, and I'm not erasing them. They're all going in a monkey file. So I'm going to have these forever. So if I have to do another live,
It'll be easy to pull it up. Yeah, good idea.
Oh, her son's nickname is Bubba. I knew that. I have that written down. I just don't have it with me. We didn't know if you were going to show up or not. We were even talking about what we were going to do if Stacey showed up, if we were going to like
Oh,
let him
right.
come on panel and talk, or what questions we might have for him. Which, by the way, if you wanted to come on panel, I mean, you're more than welcome to talk if you want to this evening. Not pressuring you to do that. Kaylee can send you the link though if you want. Just throwing that out there because we've pretty much gotten to the end of our live, and I think I have like one more small clip to put up of Adrian, and that's it. Matter of fact, I'll just throw that up and get that over with right now. I'm not letting any of my clips get wasted.
I mean, a lot of hard work. Don't let it go to waste.
That's right. Just get them all in there.
Yep.
Adrian move in approximately?
It's like a year later, I want to say like June, early July.
And how did you guys come across him? Because he has an issue with, human trafficking.
I told you that this morning. So Sarah had called me for a I was at home at the time. I don't know, this was in June or early July. Called me and said that, hey, I have a question for you. We need to talk. I have a taxi customer who called me asking if we would just help him out with a ride. He doesn't have any money at the time. But I'm really compelled to help him. He also doesn't have a place to live. He's staying behind a dumpster in Caldwell. Do you feel like we're in a position to help him out? My response to Sarah was this. I said, I do not feel comfortable. I said, our situation. You know that, yes, we do have a heart to help people. We love to help people. But we're not in a financial situation nor a physical ability to take on somebody else's, problems. She then approached me and was like, well, I really feel like this is God's calling, again, the whole God thing. God wants me to help him. God's telling me we should help him. And I'm like, you know what? Fine. Do what you want to do. I had told her specifically I was not okay with it. But being the person that she is and being the person I am, I suggested and told her that it wasn't okay. But she did it anyways. And as a result, he caused us problems.
Like what kind of problems besides?
Apparently he was fucking her behind my back. Like he would try to get us to scam people for, like I was telling you this morning, Brooks, scam people, creating a false or a fake chat line and then hustling people for their money and taking their money from them through Cash App. Just those kind of problems, stuff that, Sarah and I didn't really want a part of. Sarah agreed to help him with it. I didn't, but it also never went anywhere to my knowledge. And if it did, I sure as hell wasn't aware of it.
And when did Adrian move in?
Hey, everybody. Brooks from Crime Lines and Lies are here. She is actually one of the people that interviewed Stacey the longest. She had probably, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 or 8 hours worth of interview for Stacey. Thank you so much. This wouldn't even be possible, us having our lives or our live tonight. I just took a bunch of clips from everywhere that Stacey's running his mouth and threw it all together. And his timeline does not make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Nothing that he says that he did that day, makes sense to me as far as, the The only thing that ever stayed consistent and all of the clips that I watched was that the taxi phone call that came in happened at 11 a.m. That's it. That's the only consistent thing. Even watching TV wasn't consistent. I mean, nothing was
Right.
consistent. The time that he left to go do that taxi run isn't consistent. The times at the splash pad aren't consistent. The times that he gets back isn't consistent. And every single thing he said about seeing that child
Right. Is not
was
consistent
not.
at all.
Yeah, I
Right.
put in power steering fluid. It only took me 30 seconds, but yet you noticed,
Oh,
a
all these
dozen things or
details
more.
about, all these things about this particular child that's right in the same area that Michael disappeared from. Yeah, exactly. I just, again, just, can't believe it. And that his answers varied literally from day to day, from one day to the next.
Yeah, I mean, in the last couple of weeks, he has done 4 interviews that we know of. I don't know if he's done any the last, well, we found that one last night. I had to beat feet to do more clips, but yeah,
Hmm.
it's crazy.
Yeah, and honestly, props to again to Brandi, because I know it's not easy, and props to the YouTubers for getting him to talk, like, Brooks here with Crime Lines and Lies, um, and the other two that we mentioned earlier, Dolly Vision and True Crime with Eve. Um, yeah, just getting that information out of him. I really do hope that it is in some way beneficial to the investigation.
Yeah,
It
and
kind of
hopefully he keeps talking
it
too.
kind of reminds me of, like, when we talk about in Kyron's case, like, why all of a sudden do we think that Terry may have started talking again after not talking for so long, and our theories around that. I won't go into details, but it's the same thing. What is Stacey's motivation? Why is he going from YouTuber to YouTuber to YouTuber and incriminating himself, in my opinion?
Yeah.
What is his motivation?
Hopefully they'll be able to use some of it in court because he just keeps running his mouth. I mean, Brandon's doing the same thing on the YouTube channels. Let them just keep talking.
Yeah.
I was worried about doing this live because I didn't know whether or not he would want to get back up on a panel if he started seeing somebody depict, just pick at everything that he said. But I mean, after I watched them all, I was just like, things aren't adding up. This isn't okay. Like,
Nope.
let's just put some pressure where the pressure needs to be. There's 4 suspects in this case: Stacey and Sarah Wondra, Adrian Lucian, Brandon Shirtliff. They all need to come forward, start talking, tell this family where Monkey is. Just tell him where
Amen.
he is. And the first one that pops up and, comes forward might get a break. Like, y'all need to think about it. And if you
Yeah.
guys want to go on panel here, come on over. We'll throw you up. I might not be too nice. You may not want to be with me for too long on my panel. Who knows? But if you answer my questions, you could stay on my panel for a minute.
Yeah.
I guess I shouldn't say I wouldn't be too nice. I don't know.
Honestly, I'm gonna say it because I do think that these YouTubers did a good job of kind of keeping their composure even when he was being an a-hole.
Oh my God, I know.
They did a really good job of keeping their composure. I mean, they're talking to somebody that, I mean, I don't know, I can't read these YouTubers' minds, but I'm just gonna speak for myself. They're talking to somebody that could have been who could have hurt a child here. And they're
Yeah.
keeping their composure to get this information because it is, I just again, that's just hard because if I put myself in those shoes and I know I'm dealing with somebody that could have been responsible for hurting a child, yeah, like you said, Samantha, I want to say, I don't think I could keep my composure for too long. I think I would start asking some harder questions, but also, I mean, I'm a pretty reasonable person, but yeah, that was impressive for all those YouTubers.
Yeah. Brandi says, I couldn't.
I
Yeah,
couldn't.
I don't blame you at all.
No, yeah,
You will have a chance to say what you need to say someday in court to every single one of them, Brandi. You know,
exactly.
your time will come because they're going to be sending out those indictments. Grand jury is going to be meeting up. Things are about to hit the fan. I'm really glad that Brooks, posted that up on her Facebook about how Michael needed awareness right now, and that I grabbed onto it. And it, like I said earlier, it literally only took me a few moments of like watching some of the interviews and stuff that you did, and yeah, I was sucked in completely. Amy, such a beautiful child. He had just turned 5 years old. It was just heartbreaking, everything that we were finding out about the case when we did our first live. Now we know a lot more, and now I know way more. I told Kaylee earlier today, there's a lot I know about Stacey now. I want to get to know the other suspects now. But you can't find anything on Adrian. I can't find anything on Adrian. He's just locked up his Facebook, his everything. Everything's locked up, or he's got like other fake profiles or something. Um, you know,
I found that
Sarah's
news article.
and Sarah's in prison.
Yeah. And for at least a couple years more. So that's good at least.
Yeah, Tabitha says, in court, face to face, eye to eye, be able to face the monsters no matter who did it. Your time will come. Believe that, Mama.
Amen.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy again. I wonder if he'll continue to do more interviews. If so, we'll bring him to you. We'll continue to do lives about Michael Vaughan and updates as they roll in, especially hearing from the investigators that the grand jury hasn't convened yet. Then, sadly, the justice system is moving slow, but once it starts moving, then there will be a lot more information out there. I know so many people want answers in cases like this, but no more than the family themselves. And that's why awareness is so important. Just keep awareness at the forefront until justice is brought and Monkey's brought home. And yeah.
Well, let's put up the Fruitland tip line phone number. It's 208-642-6006. You can also contact in an email, find Michael at fruitland.org, and you can remain anonymous. Michael Vaughan came up missing from Fruitland, Idaho, July 27th, 2021. He was abducted after he wandered out of his house while Daddy was ordering a pizza. And if you have any information and you can help this family, if you have any information about any of the 4 suspects or anyone or know anything about his abduction, please come forward. Remain anonymous. If you don't want to do it alone, grab a friend. Grab me. Grab Kaylee. Grab his mama, Brandi Neal. She'll go with you. If you know anything and you're scared, don't be scared. They want to work with you to find Michael. That's all that matters, is finding Michael. Where is he? Somebody needs to come forward. Someone needs to start talking because somebody knows something. And we're getting really tired of all these suspects just pointing fingers at somebody. You know, if you're going to point the fingers and give the real information, the real information that finds Monkey and brings him home. That's all that
Exactly.
matters to this family. That's all Brandi and Tyler and her children want. So please come forward and call the tip line. Thanks everybody for coming. Brandi, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Brooks, for showing up.
Yeah, awesome to see both of you, and for all of our awesome members that joined as well, from Kyron Horman, Case Revisited, from our Michael Vaughan group, or any other places that we shared that we would be going over this information at. It was important to listen because, again, 12 hours of interviews might be intimidating for some people to listen to, and that's why I'm grateful Samantha took this on and was able to put it together and showed us right here for our very own eyes and ears. Things aren't adding up. We can't take what Stacey says as factual.
Oh no. No.
Not at all.
The only thing you can take from watching Stacey is that Stacey wants attention. He wants more attention than even his mama's asking for at this point. Like, he seriously is so narcissistic and so egotistical. Poor, pitiful, poor Stacey is all I heard every time he spoke about himself.
Yep. Me too.
Couldn't handle it. Make your timeline make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, you can't make a lie fit.
Right.
When you're trying to make yourself not in an area that you were, yeah, things aren't going to make sense if they're a lie. So, yeah, it makes sense why they don't add up or why there's contradictions. I just can't believe again how many contradictions from one day to the other.
Right. Because he did 3 lives in a row, 3 days in a row with Brooks.
Yeah.
And a lot of his contradictions, like one right after the other in those 3.
Yeah.
And then the other ones were just small contradictions here and there. But I mean, like, get your time right. If you think about this too, I meant to bring this up sooner, earlier, but I'm just now remembering. Think about this. You've been questioned by law enforcement how many times? He talks about how many times he's had to tell his story, and all of the times that they've came and talked to him about this. You'd think he's got his timeline down by now, right?
Yeah, I know. Seriously.
So why can't you talk about it? Why can't you give a decent timeline? Why is it that you say you left at 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30? Why are you coming home at 3, 3:30, 4 o'clock, 4:30? Why are you leaving to go tow the truck at 5:15, 5:30, 5:45, 6 o'clock? These are literally the times, people. And then all the way, got home from the tow at 9, 9:15, 9:30, 10 o'clock, the entire day. And Brandon says that him, Sarah, and Adrian did the tow the night before. So who knows what's true. He also says that Stacey was home all day, that he never even left the house. So what's true? But we also know that that's a lie because they have the truck on 8th in Arizona, and they also have the car down at the splash pad earlier in the day. Yeah. I'm just trying to say, people are really getting at each other. Really getting at each other.
Yes, exactly. Good point.
Yeah, I meant to mention that earlier because it doesn't all make sense, and I've tried to make sense out of this timeline, and it just doesn't match up. And the way he said, I don't know why it's the one thing that sticks in my head. It's kind of like with me with the other case, certain things just really stick in my head. And this one is the fact that he said it was dark when we left.
Yeah. Right.
The way he said it was so nonchalant, for real, the truth. It was so much more I don't know. It just sounded more like the truth the way that he said it. We left when it was dark. Well, it was fine. And then he kind of backtracks, but it was the way he just said, we left when it was dark.
Yep.
Well, Susie says it was a great live. Samantha and
Glad
Kelia, thank you, babe.
you think
I'm
so.
glad
Thank
everybody
you.
was here.
Me too.
I mean, we've been here for 4 hours and 10 minutes, and we still got lots of people here. So
It's
really
almost
super
midnight
happy.
our time, honestly, and my phone is about
Oh
to
my
die.
gosh.
So it's perfect timing to wrap it up, in my
Yep.
opinion. And again,
Yeah,
thank you all
after
for
the
being.
live's over, could you give me a call real quick? I won't make it long, I promise.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'll close it down. Everybody say a prayer for Michael Vaughan's family. Call Fruitland Police at 208-642-6006 or an email, findmichael@fruitland.org if you know anything about Monkey's case. Thank you guys all for being here. Here's a little clip for Michael. Have a good night, everyone. Have a
Take care.
great weekend.